Positive energy all the time. Good to see you all. Run those likes up. Share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and support the channel. CashApp, Venmo, PayPal, Super Chat, whatever you prefer. Here we go. Good morning to all the people that work like me. In my world, it's probably about 11 a.m. Yeah, it's probably around 11 a.m. in my world right now. Depending. So rep your city. We're going to get it popping. We're going to get it popping. I'm not asphyxiated with any particular type of conversation. I just talk about what catches my attention, what's going on, or certain information I want to pass on to my subscribers. Right now, I'm doing a lot of talk about the foundation of Black Americans, reparations, Pan-Africanism, Africa, Africans, Caribbeans, like that. So I'm doing a lot of talking about that. There's a lot of issues going on with that over on my Instagram, on my Facebook. TikTok, I don't really look at TikTok no more. I'm kind of not really dealing with TikTok because TikTok is weird. They'll just remove channels with no warning or anything. It's TikTok is a very disrespectful form of social media. They don't respect the creators. People put in a lot of work, have 1 million views or whatever, and they'll just delete the account. You all should boycott TikTok until they get it together. Yes, a bunch going on. I try to be fair and balanced with my conversations. It gets a little rough, especially in terms of immigration. And, I got a lot of friends from the Caribbean, from Africa, and so it's a little rough for me to criticize Africans, especially. But hey, man, it is what it is. But with this situation, like right now, the Somalians and the Haitians, they don't have anybody to blame but themselves, to be honest with you. I think the smartest Africans are the Nigerians and the Ethiopians. The Nigerians are smart. They're just here to make money. They never form any Nigerian neighborhoods. I don't know if you noticed that. There is no Nigerian community. They're very smart. They live as individuals. You understand? Trump flopped. ICE went to Minnesota and found majority are U.S. citizens. Their citizenship needs to be revoked. If you're a U.S. citizen, but you're turning America into your country, you need to be your citizenship need to be revoked, and you need to be deported. Somalis are definitely horrible for the country. They cheapen the country. and they make the country more like the place they left. And we don't want this to be like Somalia. Yeah, kick them all out. We don't support a little Mogadishu. Okay, we don't want Mogadishu in America. Keep Mogadishu in Mogadishu. The idea that you're fleeing your country and you're fleeing Mogadishu, then you come over here and want to make this little Mogadishu. That don't make no sense. Like seriously. Okay, let me give you a city example. Let me give you a city example, and y'all tell me if I'm crazy. I'm in Chicago. I'm not active, but once a four-corner hustler, always a four-corner hustler. So I'm a four-corner hustler. But let's imagine I was active. And I was here in Chicago, and I lived in the neighborhood where the foes is at, and we slanging and we banging. And it gets really bad, and it gets really dangerous. And I decide I want to take my family out of Chicago, and I want to move them to a better city. So imagine I move to Minneapolis, and I start a faction of the Four Corner Hustlers. What y'all think about that? I go over there, and I represent Four Corner Hustlers. What y'all think about that? I go over there and take the groups to take the same stuff I'm leaving. And next thing you know, it's a whole bunch of Four Corner Hustlers. Like, come on. And this is what happened with the Somalis. They brought the terrorism with them. Basically, they hadn't been properly vetted. And I'm going to be honest with you. Religion, I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but certain religions are horrible when it comes to cities and states and regular living. When you overrun an American city with your religion, nobody wants that. We don't want Islamic cities. If you're a Muslim, that's supposed to be your personal thing. Like America, we don't have Christian cities. Name me a Christian city. We got churches and people go there and they be Christians. We're supposed to have mosques and people supposed to go there and be in a mosque. But when you turn your whole city and you start making religious laws and you mix religion with church, you mix church and state together, you got to go. Fanatical Islam has got to go in the United States. If you want to come here and you want to be an American citizen, fine. But as far as you coming here and bringing fanaticism, you got to go. Because now you're intruding on other people's life when they come outside. Nobody wants to come outside in the United States in an Islamic world. We just want it to be the United States. And we want Islam to be at the mosque, not all on the streets. Point blank, period. Not to mention money going back to terrorist groups that's involved in things that American citizens don't want to be involved with. That we don't want terrorist type mentalities in neighborhoods. You understand? In many cases, these people from these countries are chumps. They've been bullied by fanatical religion. They've been bullied. In Africa, they're trying to bully them now into radical Islam. It's a bully religion. the radical part, not just Muslims, but there's a bully culture in Islam that tries to bully people. This is what we got going on right now in the Sahel, where they kidnapped all them children, keep kidnapping these children in Nigeria, keep going to war with the black Christian farmers. This is what we got going on East Africa. All in East Africa, we have Islamic terrorists trying to force people to convert into Islam. What else do you call it? You understand? And the Hispanics the same way. If you leave Mexico in Mexico. Why you bring Mexico to America? Why you want America to look like Mexico? Why do you leave Mexico and come and make America look like a third world country like Mexico? Look like a third world country like East Africa? Somalia is a third world country. You're supposed to come to step your game up. But instead you come and you bring our game down. Get out. This is why so many foundational Black Americans support Trump. Because you people coming over here don't benefit us and all we work for, because we built this. We helped formulate the United States to be what it is. Our parents and stuff, they carried themselves with a certain amount of dignity. In Atlanta, Mexicans all over, and they ain't been vetted or nothing, and they'll destroy the country. Mexicans will destroy America, and America, look at L.A., look over by MacArthur Park, look at L.A. now. L.A. was a nice place until they let all those Mexicans just keep coming up in there, not just Mexicans, those are El Salvadorians, Nicaragua. Let me tell you something, mixer man, those ain't even Mexicans. El Salvadorians and Guatemalan stuff, they come and pretend they're Mexicans. And the reason they pretend they're Mexicans is because if they get deported back to Mexico, they're back close to the border. If they say they're from El Salvador, they get deported further. Now they got to work their way all back through Mexico. Like I met a brother when I was in the LA County Jail in the glass house for selling incense. Imagine that. And he was a Belizean and he was going to get deported. But he told him he was a Mexican, that he was an Afro-Mexican. And he said the reason he going to tell him he's a Mexican, because if they deported him all the way to Belize, that's a long way to get back to the border. But if they just deport him to Mexico, he could get back across the border. And sure enough, maybe about 5 months later, I was driving down the street, and who do I see go across the street? Him. He was back already. So a lot of these people there are not Mexicans. Mexicans come to the country, and Mexicans get in line with the way the United States is ran. Those aren't Mexicans. They're made Mexicans. I'm telling you. Just like Chinese food. Other than a place like Chinatown in Chicago, if you go traveling around, Chinese, those ain't Chinese. Those are not Chinese. Those are Vietnamese, Cambodians, and everything with a Chinese restaurant. You think they're Chinese, but they're not. I got some brethren from Trinidad. And when white Americans would ask them where they from, they would say Ghana. They said they're from Africa. They never told nobody where it was from. They never told nobody they was from Trinidad. They would always tell them they were from Africa. They were from Ghana, Nigeria. Real talk. Real talk. They never, and they look just like, you can't tell an African from a Trinidadian. And I would be with him, and people would say, "Oh, your hair is so beautiful. Where are you from?" They'd be like, "I'm from Nigeria." They would say. I say, "Hell, duh." So a lot of these people, they're not really where they say they from. You say, "How do I know all this?" I don't know. Go figure it out. I'm 67 years old. From Chicago, lived in LA, lived in Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for 4 or 5 years. But this is the thing, if you think I'm capping and you're watching me, you know my solution, right? There you go. You don't have to watch me no more. Solved your problem, right, Sean? Problem solved. You no longer have the problem of watching me. See how easy that was? If you're a man and you're watching somebody that you don't like, you probably wear pantyhose. Because I don't know any men that watch. I don't know any men that watch stuff they don't want to watch. That's a little weird. It's like, I'm watching you. I don't want to watch you because I don't like you. I don't like nothing you said, but I'm watching you. It's like, oh, okay. Don't watch me, go watch TV. You know what I'm saying? Weirdo. You know what I'm saying? When they get these weirdos, I hope you ain't no dude. You know what I'm saying? Because if you a dude and you like that, even though I'm finna be 68, I really believe if you a dude, I believe I could rock a sock and robot you. I believe I could whoop you. I'm just saying, I'm not pushing violence, but I believe I could probably do. If you're watching me and you're the type of man that's watching me and you don't like me, I believe I could take you. Even as a senior citizen, I believe there's some chinks in your armor. I believe I could take you. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I believe I could whoop you. I don't know. You seem like you play with Barbie dolls. I could whoop a dude that play with Barbie dolls and easy bake ovens and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'll be watching the Teletubbies. I think I could take you. Because I don't watch nothing. I don't watch nothing I don't like. I don't watch nothing I don't like. The only time I watch something that I wouldn't watch is when I'm with my queen and she watching stuff and I watch her watch stuff. I do that. I watch my queen watch stuff. You know, if I got a queen, I'll watch her watch stuff. But I don't watch stuff. I don't watch brothers and say, "Man, I don't like what you're talking about." You know, I don't do that. Let a brother talk what he talk. I ain't gonna go on no brother's channel. Man, I don't want no sister's channel. Man, I don't like what you're talking about. It's like, leave them alone. Let them do what they do. Stop trolling. You know what I'm saying? Watch something that you do like. You know what I'm saying? Same in the streets. Stop hanging with people you don't like. Getting into fights, hang with the people you like, man. What's up with that? But that's a whole video for another day. But today, I'm talking about the lack of relationship between foundational Black Americans and the brothers and sisters from Africa. Like, we don't have no relationship. You know, we don't have no relationship. And, you know, I'm 67, so I've watched the 60s, although I was a child, but I watched the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000, 2010s, 2020s. And to build a relationship, let's say Africans come here in the 70s, they build a relationship, they become kind of be tight with foundational Black Americans, they kind of go to church together, they start hanging together, which means what? It means your children will know my children, right? So now my children grow up knowing the Nigerian brothers and sisters' children. But when you are separatists, then what happens from generation to generation, we don't know you. Because you are African, you live over there. I'm Black American, live over here. My children don't know you. My grandchildren don't know you. Nobody knows you. You never become a part of the fabric of the United States. Now, this is something all Africans need to be watching me. See, this is not the fault of the Africans. This is brothers and sisters from Africa. They come from a tribal condition. And so when they come here, they function from that tribal mind state. But what the problem is, this is a racial circumstance. Your ass is Black. And so when Africans come here and Caribbeans, they don't understand you're Black. You're not Jamaican over here. You're not Somalian. You're not you Black over here. You are Black. And they don't understand that. You understand? When a white person moves over here from Switzerland, England, they are white. They're not Swiss. They're not British. They're not Italian. None of that. When a white person moves here, they can move here from Australia. They can move here from South Africa. They are not South Africans no more. They are white. And Black immigrants don't understand that part. And because of that, if Trump stays healthy and stay in office, it won't be an African over here. He gonna throw out the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, all the Ethiopians, they all gonna be gone. They're gonna cleanse the city of them. Because to them, you Black. And to them, if you wake up and you start acting Black, they become the minority. And so before you wake up and link up with us, they're going to throw your ass out. And they're going to use your tribalism and your disrespect for us to throw you out. And all we going to say is, yeah, get them out of here. You played yourself. You played yourself. Because the first thing you should have been trying to do is breed with Black Americans. The first thing you should have tried to do. To breed yourself into the fabric of the bloodline of FBA all the way back to slavery. Your son should have married our daughter. Your daughter should have married our son. Especially your daughter married our son. Because when you marry us, it don't blend in right. So when an African man marry a foundational Black American woman, it don't become as solid. What's solid is when you let us marry your daughter. But as long as you hide your daughter, but want to sleep with ours, you're going to be an enemy, which Africans are notorious for, chasing our women and hiding theirs. Their women ain't available, but they all up and out. And Nigerians is notorious for this. Notorious for getting our women pregnant by hiding theirs. Notorious. Get them out of here. They're going to get them out of here. I'm telling you, they're going to get all y'all out of here because you don't realize you're Black. You really think you're a Nigerian over here. You're not no Nigerian over here. Not over here. You're not no Jamaican. The Jamaicans found out the hard way. They threw all the Jamaicans out. You know how many Jamaicans they deported from the 70s? By the time you got to the 2000s, they was gone. Chicago was full of Jamaicans. They gone. It's a small group now, but it's a splinter group. They didn't get to grow like that. They deported everybody. You understand? Because Africans, they don't have no relationship with us. How you gonna make it over here with no relationship with us? So all them Nigerians they brought over here on all them smart visas, yeah, they're gonna kick you out. All them Nigerian doctors that they're gonna fire you, they're gonna kick you out. You understand? They're gonna kick you out. Facts. Good to see you, Ross Malachi. They're gonna kick you out because they still practice tribalism. These are facts. They don't replace you. All you black immigrants, you out of here. I'm telling you, you are gone. Exhibit A. Trump cuts refugee admissions and prioritizes white South Africans. In a major shift from the Biden administration policy, the United States will accept up to 7,500 refugees this fiscal year, down from 125,000. No 125,000, 7,500, and they going to be white. And they smart. You know why he cut it down to 7,500? Because he don't want whites to come here and turn this country into where they came from. He's going to bring in white refugees and white immigrants slowly so that they what? So that they become Americans. He not going to bring in no 150,000 white South Africans and turn this into white South Africa. He don't want this to be white South Africa. He wants them to assimilate into the way things run here and make them Americans. Ain't gonna be none of that waving no South African flag. Ain't gonna be none of that. Ain't gonna be none of that. You don't see white Americans raising Italian flags or nothing. Every white person over here waved the U.S. flag. That's it. You cannot wave your great grandmama's Italian flag over here. You can't wave your great great granddaddy's German flag, not over here. The only thing you can do over here, ethnic, is food. You can have like German food, Italian food, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Teach on your own page. So you got a page? Go teach on it. White South Africans in the U.S. Checkmate. Y'all teach on your own pages, okay? Somebody put Tim on timeout for a little while. Let him go take a smoke break or get him some coffee or something. Where my mods at? I'm gonna have to get some more mods. I'm gonna have to get some more mods. Yeah, put him on timeout. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like nobody try to teach on top of me, especially somebody don't know what the hell they talking about. You know what I'm saying? You got to be vetted. I got to prove that you know what you're talking about. You understand? You can't just come over here bumping. Okay, I'll go do that. I'll go do that. You just can't come over here typing like that. You gotta know what you're saying. When I tell people go left, if you think you can come over here and tell them to go right, you're on the wrong page. You know what I'm saying? You're on the wrong page if that's what you think you could do over here. But somebody block him until tomorrow. Not this Tim, not King Timmy. The other Tim. Tim NGO. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? Everybody know that's been watching, seeing this situation right here. Okay? A group of Afrikaners from South Africa arrived in Dulles International Airport outside of Washington in May, intending to resettle in the United States. Watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Some people be over here, they don't be doing no research. Watch this. Oh my soul, watch this. What'd that say? Ukrainians can become U.S. citizens through standard immigration paths like family sponsorship, employment, and refugee status. But many fleeing the war came via the Uniting for Ukraine program, requiring a U.S. sponsor for temporary parole, work permits, and eventually green card citizenship paths, or temporary protective status that they taken away from the Haitians, that they taken away from the Somalians. Temporary protected status. Guess who's going to get that temporary protected status? The Ukrainians. Checkmate. The Ukrainians. The same Ukrainians, when the war broke out, told the blacks, y'all can't get on the trains or the buses. The Ukrainians. They're going to get rid of all these Hispanics. They're going to get rid of all these Africans, and they are going to bring in white immigrants. Okay? The birth rate of white Americans is decreasing, and they got to bring up their birth rate. They're absolutely doing what they should be doing. The problem with a lot of blacks is you don't understand how another people got to do what they got to do to survive. Until you get realistic on that, you're not really going to understand what's going on. The white population is aging. The biggest group of people born in America was the baby boomers, my group. Since the baby boomers, America's been having less and less and less babies. Less and less babies. Drug addiction have become more a problem. Alcoholism becomes more of a problem, which means less and less and less babies. Marriage have become not necessary. Homosexuality have went through the roof, and two men can't have a baby. And in the white European culture in America, homosexuality is big time. Pride got a whole month now. They got a whole month of pride. Facts. There's a whole bunch of European white men in America that are dating or married to white men. I'm not saying this negatively. I'm saying this absolutely. This is an absolute fact. And when you don't listen to somebody in a big city like Chicago, you gonna be you to even question me. And I'm really in the number one city in the country. You just slow. You understand? It is what it is. Exhibit B, Boys Town on the north side. Who live in Chicago? What y'all tell them about Boys Town? Boys Town. Boys Town on the north side of Chicago. This is Boys Town. And this is one of the boys. This day parade. Who you see out there? This the Boys Town parade. This is Pride 2023. Who you see? Who you see in this picture? Hey, who you see? I was gonna go down here this year. I'm gonna go next year. I'm gonna go live from down there next year. My daughter say, "Why you gonna do that?" I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a real, you know. If you're talking about going live and bringing information, I just want to go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gay or nothing, but I just want to go down there and interview them, in the mix so my audience can see. You know what I'm saying? So next year, I'm going to be down there next year. I'm going to go one day. You know what I'm saying? I just got to see for myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the type of person that something is so horrible that it run me away from going seeing unless it's like vampires or something like where they unalive people, but something like that. I just got to go. I ain't never been down there, so I just want to go see it for myself. I've been down there, but I haven't been to the function. I eat down there like some vegan restaurants, but they're like the vegan restaurant is like 6 blocks away from the function. So I see them walking back and forth going to it, but I want to go in the crowd. I want to go, you know what I'm saying? I want to go in the crowd. It seems like every group has its own area of town. Where you live at? Where you live at? Because Chicago, from downtown south, is all black. We don't just got an area. We got the whole damn south side and the west side. So I don't understand what you mean. I don't think you know. You from Chicago? Where you from? Because everybody knows Chicago's black. Big time. The gay community just got that little spot. But as soon as you leave downtown, that's all ours. So I'm not understanding. I don't know what that got to do with Chicago. You see what I'm saying? The five. I don't. All them beaches south is black. How you gonna say we don't got an area? So I'm confused. We don't have an area because we actually live and own property in the whole city. And so being gay, I don't know what you're talking about. Being gay is not the same as being black. Because you could be black and be gay. So the Pride Fest has nothing to do with race. That has something to do with being gay. You see what I'm saying? So for you to say everybody got an area except black people, I don't understand what you're talking about. How they mark their areas, Little Italy and Germantown, that's old, bro. That's old. That was done. There is no more Little Italy or Germantown no more like that. That doesn't exist no more, bro. You see what I'm saying? That was all done back with the old white immigrants, and they just left it named that. But if you go to Germantown, it's not German. You know what I'm saying? If you go to Little Italy, it's not Italian anymore. It's just white people. You see what I'm saying, bro? Like Germantown ain't German no more. They just let it keep the like they just let it keep the name, but Germantown's not German. The only place here, the only place here that's like that is Chinatown. And the reason Chinatown kept it Chinatown is because of Chinese restaurants and stuff like that. And it's a tourist attraction. Uh little village, little village is where the most of his Mexicans is at and the Latin Kings. But it's not called Latin Town, it's just called Little Village. It's always been Little Village. And if the Mexicans leave, it'll still be Little Village. Like I grew up in Maple Park, and Maple Park was named. Right, exactly. Right. He said we got a Germantown, Philly, but it's all black and right. These is old names. Uh Let me see who I was talking to. The five, those is old names. You see what I'm saying? Those is old names back, way back. So those is old names back in the 40s, 30s and the 40s, 20s. Those names was old. They just, once it's on the map, they don't really change the identities on the map of these cities. They just leave them like that. So whatever it was way back, they just leave it like that now, no matter who moves there. Because there's nothing they would be able to name it now because there's no group to name it. Hey, the five, they wouldn't be able to rename it now because it ain't nobody, it's no specific group, no specific place to rename nothing no more. So they wouldn't be able to rename it anyway. I don't know what the hell they would call it because all them ethnic groups, like I told y'all before, the five, all them ethnic groups start sleeping with each other. Some Germans, your son, you a German, your wife a German, your son's German, but your son marry an Italian. Your son marry a Jewish chick. Your son marry an Irish woman. So after a while, white Americans breeded out that specific ethnic group. They breeded that out. That's how they became white. They became white because they mixed. You could see it in one of the old gangster movies. What's the one where they was chasing dude in the helicopter at the end and he had got all messed up on drugs? I remember they was mad because he was cheating on his Italian wife with the other white lady that wasn't Italian. Which one was that? What's the movie ended with the helicopter chase and he ended up using his own supply and went crazy? What's the name of that movie? It show you right then. And that movie right there is one of them top gangster movies, Goodfellas. It's showing Goodfellas. The Italians was beginning to sleep with white women that wasn't Italian. Goodfellas. Remember, he was cheating on his Italian wife with the Irish chick or whatever, Polish chick. I remember the gangsters came by and told him, go on to your wife. Remember? They showed you right then that the Italians was no longer sleeping with Italians. That was the major thing in that movie they kind of hid. I got it up there too, but I always get Goodfellas mixed up with the other one. So by the time my generation came, they was just white. I talked about this before. Jesse Jackson did not call us African Americans. African Americans came from the news media because back in the early 60s, they still had Italian Americans. They still had Polish Americans. They still had Chinese Americans. So they had to come up, the news media had to come up with a title for us. They couldn't say Nigerian Americans or Ghanaians. So the title the news media came up was African American. Jesse Jackson only used that term because he was always on the news media. The term African American is a news media term. Amongst ourselves on the street, we was black. On the news media, they called us African American because they had to have something to say behind Jewish American, Italian American, Chinese American. So they said African American. So if they had a food festival, they would say, come to the food festival, be all kind of food there, Greek American, Italian American, Chinese American, African American. That's what African American was used for. As time go, by the time you get to the 80s, there was hardly no more Greek Americans. There was hardly no more Italian Americans. So they began to call them white Americans. And when they began to call them white Americans, what did they have to call us? Black Americans. We was only called Black Americans because there was no more Italian Americans. There was no more German Americans. There was no more Greek Americans. It was just white Americans because they all started sleeping with each other. This is a fact. Many of these are facts that haven't been documented, that I need to document. Because I'm not talking from documentation. I'm talking from actually living and seeing it. You understand? Yeah, Negro was on there. Yep. So that's how that terminology started being used, because you had less and less ethnic groups. Because, young white men, they go to college, they fall in love with Kathy. They fall in love with Kathy. They don't give a damn if Kathy Italian or whatever. Younger men just wanted to marry who they love. They didn't want to have to marry the girl in the neighborhood. And people started moving out of the neighborhood. As the Italians started getting money, they moved out of Little Italy, bought a nice house out there. Greeks moved out of Greek town. He buy a house over there. He buy a house over there. So all that disappeared. But what we're talking about tonight is how, foundational Black Americans, we don't have any relationship with Africans. There's no relationship there because the Africans from all the countries stayed separated. They didn't mix with us. They didn't breed with us. And they didn't understand race. When the Africans come here, they didn't understand race. They thought they could be they thought they was really a Nigerian. They thought they didn't know they was the N-word. You know what I'm saying? We knew you was the N-word, but you didn't know you was the N-word. You really thought you was a Nigerian. No, you something to start with an N over here, but it ain't Nigerian. It's not something else. And it ain't Niger. You got to put another G in there. You understand? So the Africans didn't understand, not intentionally, but that's their culture. So when they brought their natural tribal culture with them into a racial country, they messed up. The whites knew that. So when they came here, they just turned white. They're like, we white. But the Black brothers from Jamaica, they wasn't smart like the whites. The whites that came from Europe was smart because whites were still coming from Europe in the 70s and 80s, but they were smart. They said, we white. But the Black immigrants came here, they were slow. They let the fact that we wasn't the majority race, they played our power. They ain't understand our power. The Africans still today in the Caribbean, they don't understand our power. They don't understand the power of 50 million Black Americans. We powerful over here. We not what you think. You see people saying Trump and them gonna come for us next. No, they not. Boy, you can't. Yeah, you could throw out 3 million Ethiopians. Yeah, you could throw out 2 or 3 million Haitians. Boy, you can't run up on those 50 million people. If you believe that ICE and them could run up on Black Americans, you crazy. They ain't even in our neighborhood tripping like that. Every time they come in our neighborhood looking for illegals, y'all act like they coming looking for us. They not looking for us. They don't want that smoke. They numbers too small. Chicago Black from downtown all the way south, they cannot play with us like that. You would have to you'd have to destroy the country. Basically, you would have to bring in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Basically, that's just for Chicago. Black Americans all across this country, y'all tripping. Ice will get melted. You know what I'm saying? They not that, bruh. They only that for immigrants that isolated yourself. You over there, you the special immigrant. You don't mess with us. Okay, boom. No, Trump is thinking about kicking them out so we have more and giving us our reparations. The white lady just said it the other day. We don't owe y'all nothing. We owe Black Americans. She just said it. The white lady up there with Trump just said the other day, we don't owe you immigrants nothing. We owe Black Americans. We not finna give y'all the Black American stuff. She said it straight up. A lot of people don't know that white Americans and Black Americans, we got a relationship. We got a friendship already. A lot of people don't know that about America. We're not really beefing with white America. They're not really beefing with us. They making money off us with the penitentiary system and shit like that. But the penitentiary system is because of bad parenting. Because you let your parent, as parents, you let your son not go to school. Your son didn't go to school, then he got locked up and he a slave in prison. You should have made that boy go to school. You didn't make your son go to school. You let your son be in gangs. You let your son's gang members and stuff come to the house and play video games. You ain't check his homework or nothing. Everything that's going bad for foundational Black Americans is self-inflicted. Facts. You can't tell me nothing. White America did never send me to jail. I sent me to jail. Every time. I did 4 months in the county jail because I was out here doing what I was doing. It was a little racism in pulling me over, but it's cops and robbers. If you the robber, if you the bad guy, then you do the bad guy stuff, and the police do the police stuff. Real gangsters don't hate the police. The police is the police, and you the crook. Boom. My job is to not get caught. That's it. I get caught, how I'm going to be mad at them. Their job is to catch me. My job is to not get caught. It's all love. Basically, how I'm going to be mad at them, they doing their job. That's how the streets go. I could do whatever I want to do as long as I don't get caught. That's it. If you don't get caught, get down. Do what you do. You can do it all day if you don't get caught. If you get caught, then you get caught. You something, you know what I'm saying? Like even me, I didn't really get caught. I was taking my cousin to a hotel to drop him off with a girl before we go back out of town. And she told that she seen me make a delivery. A Black chick snitched me out. Foundational Black American ratted me out for no reason. There was nothing in the truck. There was nothing. She had a warrant. And rather her just go do a warrant, she said, I seen him drop a delivery. See what I'm saying? Real talk. It'll be in the book. My own people send me to jail. I mean, I beat the case. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a player, and I'm playing just to play. So I beat the case. That's not the point. You know what I'm saying? Because you know the game. If you're going to don't do the crime if you can't do the time or if you ain't got a dime. They left that part out. Don't do the crime if you ain't got a dime. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to pay to play. But that's a whole nother video. I can't wait till this book come out. Oh, man, it's going to really be fire over here. Certain things I can't talk about till the book come out. I get into that. You got to pay to play. You know what I'm saying? Or don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Go to jail. They showing you a monopoly. And now on the side note, all y'all buy Monopoly and play with your children. Listen, if you got children, buy Monopoly. Christmas come up, they out of school. Play Monopoly with them at least 4 times while they out of school. Make them sit there and learn something. Make them play. You the mama, you the daddy. Better teach them how to just jail. Everything is on there. Everything is on Monopoly. Facts. Property, all that. How to make money and everything. And the interesting thing is the slums make the most money. Because if you got money and I buy them first 2 Baltic in them when you pass go, that's the slum, that's the cheap area. But if I buy that, I could put hotels on that right away because the houses is cheap and you need so many houses before you get a hotel. So I could just buy 2 hotels straight up. So now every time you land on that, you got to pay me. And now I could buy the nice property. So the ghetto property, that's how I would win. None of my family want to like playing with me because that's how I win. Because it's going to take you forever to get hotels on that green part. But on that purple part, hotels is cheap. But it's going to cost you if you land on it, though. Now, they ain't going to deport us. Deporting all these people make it better for us. You understand? And this is where the Africans made a mistake because the Africans never linked with us. So since you didn't link with us, now you competition. So now getting deported is a good thing. Bye. If I can't get no money with you, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? 50 already told you. I ain't getting no money with no Africans, right? I did. Adios, amigos. You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting no money with you. Bye. You see what I'm saying? They miscalculated. They're going to throw them all out because they sending too much money to East Africa. They sending too much money to West Side. They sending too much money out the country. They got to go. They don't want you here making money, mailing all that money out the country. And then the money end up with Boko Haram or end up with some terrorist group. They ain't doing that. And you don't get no respect. One thing people don't respect. They don't respect when you don't respect your brother and your sister. And my mother taught me that. If I go to school, my mother said, if you disrespect your sister in front of them kids, they're going to beat your sister up and they're going to beat you up. And so what black immigrants didn't realize is by not respecting us, white America going to beat y'all up. Because they looking at you like they ain't going to like that. Nobody likes a rat. So white America don't like Haitians, don't like Africans, because they think they ain't have no respect for us. They see that. They're like, it's a shame. They would even be here if it wasn't for these black people, if it wasn't for Martin Luther King and the Malcolm X's and all the people that lost their lives. And they bring their black asses over here and don't even respect the people that make it possible for them to walk around. And Africans don't know that. They don't know that my parents and that group is the only reason you could walk around, and me. The only reason your son could go to school if you're African and don't get whooped, that's because of me directly. And my OGs. We the reason your son could come outside. Because if it wasn't for us, they would be chasing your son. White kids would be chasing your son home from school. Your Nigerian son, your Somali son would get beat up out here. That's a fact. I was born in 58. And you got the right to walk around here from young brothers born in 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. Them my OGs that knuckled up. And they was the reason I could walk around. All I had to do was a couple knuckle ups to keep, all I had to do was keep the peace. You know what I'm saying? They got the peace. And my job was, don't let you get back out of order. You know? So my job was, to keep my group in order. They had already got their big brothers and stuff in order. So when I went to Loop the South, all I had to let the dudes that was in my class know, play with me if you want to. You know what I'm saying? You already know what it is. And so we drew the line, and then everybody came here. And that's what I don't like about black immigrants. They don't respect the blood we shed for them. They don't respect our fallen soldiers. They don't. They come over here with their chest stuck out, and they don't respect the love we got for them. Because we can make it hard for you over here if we was haters like you. But don't you know we can make it rough? We don't bother them. Y'all ever notice Foundation of Black Americans, we don't bother black immigrants, do we? No, we don't bother them. We don't bother them. We don't treat them like they treat us in Ghana and Nigeria and Africa. They treat us horrible. We don't be scamming them and all that stuff they be doing to us. They be doing us messed up. That's why all the brothers and sisters don't want to go to Africa no more. Them brothers and sisters trying to get the hell out of Ghana when they really found out how them people is. And we got brothers and sisters went to every country, went to a bunch of countries in Africa now, found they all the same. They some haters. For real. As a roster, we really held Ethiopia to a high regard. Nobody, you don't think it's funny that the Ethiopians never locked in with the Rastafarian order? Now, how much hate you got to have to come, and there's a whole group of people in the Caribbean and in America that have been pushing your country, and you come and you got no regards for them. None. They used to come up to my booth at the reggae shows and see all the T-shirts of Haile Selassie and say, "Why you like our king?" And I used to say, "Why you don't like your own damn king?" So, Pharaoh keep it gangster. Don't think, listen, my reputation precedes me. I was doing this outside as a shorty. Anybody will tell you I ain't no internet dude. I'm a dude on the internet. Boy, Ethiopians used to walk up to me and say, "Why you like our king?" I would be like, the question is, why you don't like him? And you ain't in Ethiopia, you in LA. You know what I'm saying? You ain't you in LA, right? You know where you at, right? Boy, you not in Addis Ababa. Boy, you in South Central. Buddy. Boy, you on my turf. Boy, you not in Ethiopia. Boy, you better move around, punk. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I swear to God. Nasty as they want to be. Imagine that. Somebody walk up to you. "Why do you like our king?" And you don't even like your own king. The question is, why I don't like you? That's the question. But you don't get away from me. Why is you even here at this reggae show? And you hate Haile Selassie. And you know this is a Rasta reggae show with Rastas all on stage. And you hate Haile Selassie. But just because we wave an Ethiopian flag, you're going to bring your punk ass anyway. But you don't even respect his majesty. Like you a hater coming to something you don't even really honor. Weirdos. That ain't weird. Rastas having a big celebration. They praise his majesty, the Emperor of Ethiopia. Ethiopians that don't like his majesty come to the reggae show. Not all now. Some of them did like him. Some of them was happy to see that. But it was a lot of haters there, especially like Eritreans and Somalians that don't like Ethiopians, but they all the same people. Somalians, Eritreans, and Ethiopians is the same people. Facts. They don't like each other. They don't like each other. None. I'm like, how you know which one of y'all is which? They like the Black American gang members that is the same black person. You know what I'm saying? Dude say a BD, dude say a GD. They both under the 6. Larry and David used to be together. Y'all, like we had a situation here where a gang member shot and unalived the brother. And nobody knew who did it. And they had the funeral. And all his family was telling them that they was going to their cousin's funeral. He didn't know the cousin. So he went with his auntie and them to his auntie's son's funeral. And the boy had shot was his auntie's son. But he hadn't been around his auntie and them. So he didn't even know the dude he was banging with was his mother's sister's son. And he done unalived his cousin. And he didn't even know it. Because they was in 2 different gangs. And he ain't been right since. He ain't been right. He can't stop crying. Anytime you bring up, he started crying. He started crying uncontrollably. Anytime he even think about that, like he could be chilling and you look and his whole face be wet. You already know what's up. I mean, out of nowhere. You could be with women. You could be somewhere ain't got nothing to do with that. And he'll just, his soul is so haunted that you look his whole face wet. At first we like, what's up with you? But now I don't say nothing. I already know what's up with him. It's like a ghost that just haunt him. Imagine going in there and have to see that body, and imagine your family don't know you did that. You know, his family don't know he did that. His auntie and them don't know. His auntie like, who killed my baby? And he's got to sit there. You know what I'm saying? And he the one did it. And his mama crying, and you know what I'm saying? He heard his own mama because he heard his mama's sister's son. Like, man, he heard his family. You know what I'm saying? He haunted. He ain't know that was his cousin. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Africans is over there doing. Warring with their cousins, their distant cousins and relatives and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And now Trump is gonna get rid of them. He gonna deport them. Recent reports from the late 2025 indicate that the Trump administration has already drastically reduced its overall annual refugee admission cap to a historic low, 7,500, and has specifically prioritized white South Africans for resettlement. So things is about to change because the Somalians, they came here, they didn't build no relationship with us, and they basically bought everything they left to America. They got a place called Little Mogadishu. Why would you come here? Why would you flee Mogadishu? Full of terrorist situations. Why would you move to a neighborhood in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and call it Little Mogadishu? Make that make some sense. Make that make some sense. Why would you name the place Little Mogadishu? We in Mogadishu, we think about terrorism. That's what Mogadishu famous for. What? Look, inside Little Mogadishu. What's wrong with y'all? And then y'all come over here waving the Somalian flag, dressing like you still in Somalia, but you don't want to be in Somalia, but you want to be in Somalia. They make you feel like you a foreigner. Yeah. Yeah, in America, they looking at you sideways. That's why, see, that's why they got to go. Because they in places ain't got no whole bunch of black people. In Chicago, boy, you get a little place and we come around there and you looking at us crazy, boy, it'll be smoke over that. Okay? They want to practice Sharia law. Yeah. They want to practice Sharia law. They want to bring all of that stuff they fled here. And understand, this is the problem with them. This is the problem with Somalis. You got to get them out of here because they are under fear of terrorists. You understand? So in all fairness, a lot of Somalis are being forced to practice certain things. You got to understand in these countries, these people don't have freedom. And so when they fled to have freedom, the people that oppressed them came too. So when they tried to leave that terrorist mentality that's been terrorizing them and forcing them to live a certain way, that group came too. So them same people they afraid of in Somalia is in Minneapolis right now. I'm telling you why. Because the ones that forced it on them come too. So the ones that flee come, but the ones they fleeing from come. Why you think they sending so much money back to terrorist organizations? They better. They better. I give you an example in America. In America, when the Italians came over here and they started their thing, the La Costa Nostra in Italy tried to tell the Italians over here what to do. But the difference, the Italians over here said, to hell with y'all. They didn't honor the La Costa Nostra. They said, we the mafia. We not y'all. And then when they came to Chicago, they said, we ain't the mafia. We the outfit. Well, Chicago was the outfit. New York was the mafia. Italian was La Costa Nostra, and they did not want La Costa Nostra to tell them what to do. Facts. That was like, no, we got our own council. We got our own boss. We got our own bosses of bosses. We're not listening to y'all. We're not listening to y'all. Come over here and play if you want to. Come over here and play with us. You know what I'm saying? Come over here and play with us. We don't want to be under you telling us what to do and us sending all our money to you that we supposed to get our family. It wasn't about assimilating. It was gangster. We gangsters. You don't tell gangsters what to do. All this money we making over here, we making for our children and our wives and our homes here. We not making nothing. We are not, you're not going to pinch us. Because see, in the gangster stuff, that's extortion. No, Italy's not. It's La Costa Nostra, which is the black hand, but it's La Costa Nostra. Okay? And they was like, no, we're not doing that. You understand? They said, we're not doing that. For people that just want to know, because, you know, every time you try to teach something, you got brothers interfering that won't go teach. What does this say? It say Cosa Nostra. That's what it say. Okay? That's what it say. Then you got the American Mafia, right? You understand? Okay. All right. In Italy. So my point I'm making again is that somebody shut Damon up until tomorrow. I got mods. I got to get some more mods. Damon, B4B, get him out of here till tomorrow, so he can learn to go get his own account, teach on his own account. You know what I'm saying? He don't understand the rules over here. Get him out of here. He'll be a for nothing. He ain't learning nothing. It's La Cosa Nostra. It's not the black hand. The black hand is like the slang term. The official term is La Cosa Nostra. Everybody know that. It's not the black hand. That's slang. We're not doing slang over here. I'm giving people the real history. I got to give them the facts. Okay? La Cosa Nostra means the black hand, but it's La Cosa Nostra. What the hell is he talking about? What is he talking about? Some brothers is real smart until you go in their community and you don't see all these smart brothers get together and build nothing in the community. That's a whole live on itself. You wonder where, when you go in the black community, I'll be wondering where's all these smart brothers at that's on YouTube. Because why our communities, why you don't go outside and show how smart you is in your neighborhood? Why you got to compete with another brother? And so with the black man in America, all he try to do is compete with another brother. He ain't no competition with nobody else. I got brothers constantly over here trying to compete with me. You know what I'm saying? When you ain't no competition, you're a little boy, you stay in a little boy place. You ain't got no knowledge. You don't know how to teach the people. You ain't gonna go teach the people. So what is you doing? Why is you interrupting me? When you could just get your account and then go do what I'm doing and really show you that person. And then I got to go straighten them out all the time because it is not the black hand. It's La Cosa Nostra. You ain't going to never hear no Italians refer to it as no black hand. I mean, you could watch all the gangster movies. They're going to say La Cosa Nostra. That's what they're going to say. Ain't nobody say black hand. Nobody used that. Nobody. They use the official term for the organization. Nobody used what it means. You understand? Nobody used what it means. They used what it's called. And then you had the mafia, and then you had the Chicago outfit, right? All of which was headed up by the Don, was the head of the whole United States. The big tuna. And the big tuna was the boss of bosses of bosses. That was the boss of La Cosa Nostra. Well, not La Cosa Nostra, but the mafia and the outfit. The head man was the big tuna. Was the number one person in the United States. To look up Tony Accardo and learn something. This was the boss of everybody. Of everybody. Never been to prison. Never been to jail. Stayed under the radar. He ran everything that had anything to do with the gangsters in the whole United States. This is a fact. The big tuna. Look him up. Stayed under the radar until he passed away before they found out he was the boss. Ain't that deep? He passed away before they found out that he was really the boss. This is who the Godfather is made after. This is the Godfather. In case you don't know. This is the Godfather from the movie. For those that don't know. And Casino was some dudes from Chicago too. We'll get into that maybe another day. But back to this situation with uh, Africans. Africans, when it comes to immigration, Africans don't really have no chance of getting nowhere because of their division in Africa. They'll never be powerful because they don't get along. There's no allegiance between East Africans and West Africans. There's no allegiance between Ghanaians and Nigerians. They have no allegiance. So when you don't have no allegiance to nobody, and then you move to a place where the people run it got allegiance, you're gonna lose every time. And all the progress that Africans made in the United States, they're gonna lose all of that under Donald Trump and the Trump administration. They're gonna take all that. Everything they've been doing since like the 2000s, they're gonna lose all of that. They're gonna lose all of that. Facts. They're gonna deport all of them, especially the Nigerians, because the Nigerians is real smart and real educated, and they're a threat. They're gonna deport them. They're gonna revoke citizenship and all that. They're gonna be like, well, if you wasn't a citizen by this day, it's revoked. If your parents wasn't a citizens by this day, their citizenship is revoked. Therefore, yours is revoked. They're gonna revoke your parents that passed away citizenship. Watch, watch. What foundational Black Americans been telling y'all that we foundational. White America are gonna go back, and if you ain't foundational, they're gonna get you out of here. If your family haven't been here, you watch what I'm telling you, they're gonna change. They're gonna watch. They're gonna come up with a date. And if your family wasn't here, you're gonna have to get special permission to stay. And all that special permission is gonna go for Europeans, not for blacks and not for Hispanics. And all the blacks that wasn't black, like the Somalians, have never been black. They only black now. Now every time this lady talks, she black. A year ago, she wasn't black. You know what I'm saying? Just straight disrespectful. She was never black. Somalians, not only Somalians wasn't black, Somalians said they wasn't even African. If the Democrats come into office after him, will they reverse it? The Democrats may try to reverse some things, but the Democrats, I don't see how they're going to win. They're not going to get the black vote. They last hope was Harris, and Elon and them used that Starlink to cheat. But the Democrats, unless the Democrats address issues specifically for foundational Black Americans, they have no chance. The last chance Democrats had was the last election. By the time it's the next presidential election, the ideology of foundational Black Americans will be huger than ever. And Blacks in America will be officially no longer Black Americans, no longer African Americans. We will be officially foundational Black Americans. It will be on the census and everything. And when that happens, If you ain't talking reparations, you're not getting no vote. None. Because I speak for a lot of foundational Black Americans. We don't give a damn who wins. If you're not giving us reparations, we hope the Republicans win. And many of us are going to vote Republican. Because I personally was going to vote for Harris, but I like what Trump doing more than Harris. I like what Trump doing. I like Trump. I like Trump. Trump making it better for foundational Black Americans. Harris was just going to push a bunch of homosexual stuff and a bunch of weirdo stuff. The way the Republicans going, if they get all these immigrants out of here and more jobs open up for Black Americans and stuff, the Democrats ain't got a chance in hell. There's no way we're going to let them reverse that and we lose our jobs to a bunch of LGBTQ and a bunch of people that ain't even Americans. We're not going to support the Democrat. The Democratic Party is done. And I'll do a live on that. The Democratic Party, if they don't totally rebuild that party, they're finished. They won't win another presidency for another 8 years, 12, another 2 elections. They'll lose the next election and the one after. They're done. They're done. No matter how crazy Trump is, if he get all these immigrants out of here, he going to be a hero. He going to be a hero. Because one thing Black Americans and white Americans got in common, we don't like these immigrants over here. It's too many of them. They taking away jobs. They're ruining the country. And their heart is not here. They just here for money. They're not Americans. They still wherever they left. You understand? Basically. And you overdoing it. Okay, listen. You know, if you come over here and say something realistic, I'm real serious about my channel. And when you start coming with like bozo stuff, 500 years, bro, like say something, say something. Somebody, okay. Yeah. When you start getting emotional like a girl, you got to go. You know what I'm saying? We like grown men. We like to have, I don't want nobody over here throwing a hissy in. We're not doing all that. You know what I'm saying? Like we men, you say a certain word and you all of a sudden it's that time of the month for you. You got to go. You know what I'm saying? I would just keep like, bro, we're not doing all that. You over whooping now, okay? So now here you go on the buttons. Somebody say a word and then you get to, you know what I'm saying, and troll it. Dang, bro. It make it hard to even have a conversation with them kind of people. So that's what a lot of people want to do now, Don. They want to, they're going to want to go bring up who they voted for this and that, which I understand that, but we talking about from this point on, because you never know what no candidate going to do when they get in there, and Trump do a lot of negative stuff. But if he throw a lot of people out this country, and it opens up opportunities for the people in the country, just like they just getting rid of all these truck drivers that can't just read English, right? This just happened recently, that they just kicked a bunch of people out of trucking that's over here driving trucks from other countries that don't know English. So now a whole bunch of foundational Black American men can go get them trucking jobs. And if these men go get them jobs and these people start doing good in this country, that are really Americans, that speak English, that know English, that have done everything that you do as an American citizen. And you throw out these bootleg people over here just taking money, but ain't got no love for the country. He gonna go down as one of the greatest presidents in American history. Hate him or love him. It just is what it is. I don't got nothing to do with what's gonna happen. I just call it how I see it. So that's why I don't like brothers getting emotional, because when I call it some type of way, they try to make it like it's my belief system. I don't do belief systems. I do reality. This is what I see. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Because he's firing all them people. They can no longer drive trucks. All of their trucking licenses are being revoked and are being revoked. And you're not going to be able to drive no truck and no speaking English and all that. You ain't no American citizen. You just over here taking bread out of our mouth. Get your ass out of here. Get out of here. Bye. Get them out of here. You see the man just had that bad accident? It's his fault. He ain't speak no English or nothing. He ran over them and hurt them. I think 2 children passed away and all that. Some big rig just unalived some people. Come to find out, dude can't speak no English, can't read no English. He's driving a big rig. A big dangerous machine like that. You let somebody come in there, can't read no English, can't speak no English, and drive something that big and that dangerous on the highway with the rest of us? From a country where you don't gotta know how to drive, worth nothing? And you just let him come over here and just get in that truck? And take money out the country? Because they always trying to help people back in their homeland. Now, they saying this situation in Minneapolis, they saying it could be up to $8 billion that they scammed out the country. $8 billion. Tax dollars. They saying it's at $1 billion, but it looked like it could go up to $8 billion that they let some East African scam artists, because the Trump administration stuff ain't watching FBA. If they was watching FBA, we would have told them Africa is the scam capital of the world. All they do is scam in Africa. That's it. I would never move to Africa. I don't even really want to visit. I'll go to Egypt and buy me some jewelry because it's scam. It's just scam, scam, scam. So that's one reason I got mercy for blacks leaving. I don't blame them. The problem is, why would you bring the scamming with you? So imagine, let's say I'm a brother from Nigeria. I come over here, I want a better way for my family. I come over here, I got a good job, I got a nice house. I'm living the American way. I'm just from Nigeria. You come over here from Africa. You scamming and shit. Now, everybody looking at Africans sideways because your black ass that came over here scamming, putting the heat on me. I'm righteous over here. I'm really over here trying to have a better living and fit into the American way. But a whole bunch of people from my country come over here scamming, make me look bad. $8 billion out of Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, out of Minnesota. $8 billion they just scammed out that country. Out that country. And trying to make that country, talking about Lil Mogadishu. You know what I'm saying? Man, get them the hell out of here. Lil Mogadishu. Lil Mogadishu. Yeah. This just show these people something wrong with them. Look, why would you come over here and name a little spot in Minnesota, little Mogadishu. Why? When this is what Mogadishu is known for. Terrorist attacks in Mogadishu are frequent, primarily carried out by the extreme group Al-Shabaab, targeting civilians and government forces with bombings and attacks, as seen in major incidents like August 2024, 37 unalive. That's just a couple last month, right? In October, trucks, 120 unalive. So you leaving from over there, when in October and August, 37 plus unalive, 120 plus unalive. And guess what? In Mogadishu, and you stealing money in Minnesota, sending it to Al-Shabaab, and you name your area Little Mogadishu. That's like a whole bunch of people get unalived in Chirac, Chicago, Chirac, right? A whole bunch of people get unalived in Chirac. And a bunch of Black Americans in Chirac, we want to leave Chirac because we wanted to be Chicago, but we going to move, and we want to move to another state. So we moved to Minnesota. And a little area we live in, we call it Little Chirac. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we leave Chicago and we gonna move to Minnesota. So we want to get away from the gangs. We want to get away from the BDs and GDs and Blackstones, White Lords, all that. And we named the place Little Chirac. Now this is what's crazy too. One of the brothers from out there, from over there, man, you're not gonna believe that. One of the Somalis over there that's getting a lot of trouble, they say, do the Vice Lord. I said, oh Lord. Vice Lord, I said, oh Lord. Listen, one of the Somali dudes that's stealing all that money and doing all that embezzling up there is a Vice Lord. Now, on the guys, somebody's supposed to catch a violation. Like, who may do the Vice Lord? Who may do the Vice Lord? Some crazy dude from Somalia that's doing all this negative stuff is a Vice Lord. Hold on. Man, you can't make this stuff up. See? You can't make this up. It's like a bad movie. Look, recent news reports from December 2025 concern presence of at least one individual identified as a Somali national and a Vice Lord Nation gang member in Minnesota. Among those arrested, Abdul Qadir Sharif Abi, a Somali national and a known current member of the Vice Lord gang and former GD member. Yeah, nah. Oh, hell no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hell no. Hold on. Hold on. So you telling me Abdul Qadir flipped from a GD to a viceroy? Wait a minute. You telling me that a Somali terrorist basically flipped from GD to viceroy? Bruh, let me save this because I know I got to talk about this again. This is gonna come back up for sure. You cannot make this up. I cannot wait to talk to some of the guys. They do not know this. Boy, they don't know that. Boy, somebody got to catch a violation. boy, boy, listen. Nipsey was a black American, though. Nipsey wasn't from over there. Nipsey been over here a long time. Nipsey wasn't from over there like that. And Nipsey didn't flip from no Crip to no Peru. Shit. Nipsey wasn't running around with no terrorist organization. What you bring up Nip for? Man, listen, rest in peace, Nip. We're not doing that. We're not gonna disrespect Nip like that. Respect Nip. Don't put bro name. Don't rest in peace, Nip. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let that man rest in peace. Oh, don't do that. We ain't gonna disrespect Nip like that. You know what I'm saying? Bring his name up like that. Y'all got to have some respect. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but just even his name, like, let's not throw dude, you know what I'm saying? We don't do, you know what I'm saying? We don't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't really do that like that, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace really mean rest in peace. That's what it mean, like, okay, like, rest in peace, like that. That's why you don't see me speaking on Nip like that. Because rest in peace mean rest in peace. Mean like it's over with. You know what I'm saying? That's what that really means. I don't think the young generation know what RIP really means. It really means RIP. You go on social media, they just got dude name everywhere. I'm like, boy, y'all, I don't know, man. You know, Whack 100 is filed for that. I don't know, man, but y'all stop saying dude name. Y'all creeping me out. Like, let me get dude name, man. Stop. You know what I'm saying? Stop saying dude name, man. Y'all creeping me out. You know what I'm saying? See? Let me tell you something. Bad stuff gonna happen to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you. On another note, let me tell you. Keep playing like that. And you chanting certain things. And certain things come. Certain things you type. Certain things you put out in the universe. Hey, you asking for it. See? You asking for it. You keep on. You asking for it. Like, leave that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't understand karma and be chanting certain things and putting certain things out there. And then you wonder why things go bad for you. Because you dealing with bad energy and you like putting out bad energy. I ain't gonna let y'all put that over here. Don't put that on my page, man, spooking my page out. Like, don't put your witchcraft over here. Keep that on you. Chant that on you. Don't chant that on me. I'm real spooky about certain things. Like, don't, we're not doing that. We not chanting certain words. And we ain't saying certain words. Y'all better step y'all game up like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, leave certain things out your mind, stay out your mouth and off your fingertips. Like, I'm going to just tell you. You know, you're going to end up in the situation you keep discussing. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. So we ain't going to talk about duty. Ain't got nothing to do with none of this stuff that's going on in Minneapolis and out and through Minnesota. In Minnesota and Minneapolis, they stealing a lot of money. They're doing a lot of corrupt stuff. And I'm telling you right now, with the situation on the Haitians and the situation on the Somalians, the Venezuelans, it's going to create a move to get rid of like non-white immigrants. Gonna be gone. That's what's gonna happen. The worst thing that people could do is come to a country like US as an immigrant group and start getting associated with crime. You can have some people doing crime, but when it gets to be too many of you and they start talking about you done scammed $1 billion, $8 billion, the Somalians have put East Africans, especially, in the hot seat. They're going to go right to D.C. now and start investigating all them Ethiopians. And if they find any scams in Washington, D.C., they're going to deport all them Ethiopians too. And then when you put an eye on East Africa, you put an eye on Africa. And Africans are going to start getting deported. They're going to start looking into all of them. Because they're going to say, well, it's terrorist groups in Nigeria. Let's see if they sending money to them. And see, they done sent all this money to these terrorist groups. And why? Because those terrorist groups are here. And she better do what they tell her to do. If you look at this woman, and you can see like I see, and this is the perfect bit, you can see she is scared. If you look at her, if you look at any of her interviews, if you know psychology like me, and you watch her mannerisms, right? And you watch how she talks, you can tell her life is in danger. That she's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Facts. They made her do what they told her to do. Even that marriage, they made her get in that particular marriage with that European to take the eyes off of her. Because any other than that, they would have forced her to marry another Somalian. Why was they cool with her marrying outside her group? To try to get the eyes, to try to make her as less Somalian as possible. But not to the point that she could wear her hair down and really act like an American. They would have got rid of her. So she still had to push their belief systems in Islam while marrying a white man. Y'all know that don't make no sense. In order to get that money to Somalia. And you can see the fear in her eyes. You can see it. Because she knows, you know what I mean? She leading her people to ice van. She ain't doing it. She ain't doing this on free will. She is not doing this because she wants to do this. She has no choice but to do what she doing. Okay? Everything she did, she was forced to do. Okay? Ain't no, you ain't gonna do it. You gonna do that. And she's a victim. For sure. That lady's a victim. Y'all know that lady ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Y'all know that little girl, because that's what she looked like, a little girl. Y'all know that little petite woman ain't making none of them decisions. And she gonna do what them Somali men tell her to do. She gonna do that. And one thing about it is, her family is in Somalia, and she know what's gonna happen in Somalia if she don't do what they tell her to do. See, when these immigrants come over here, they family back at home, and they can use their family like hostages as threats to make them do what they need to do. That's why they shouldn't be politicians. Yeah, she taking orders from Al-Shabaab. Exactly. And she better do what they tell her to do. She is a victim, bloodline. You just ain't your gang, you ain't on my level. You ain't on my level. So that's why you said you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about terrorist organizations. You just talking. Because if you was one of them, you'll do what they tell you to do too, or you wouldn't be on this, you wouldn't be on here. I tell you that much, bloodline. If you was from that family and you was from Somalia and your family was back in Somalia, you'll do what you was told to do too. That's a fact. Or you wouldn't be on here. And that's a fact. So the fact you don't know that, this conversation is out your league. This lady is a victim. That's a fact. Anybody believe she had a choice? You don't know nothing about terrorism. You don't know nothing about Al Qaeda. You don't know nothing about Al Shabaab. You don't know nothing about none of that. The governor? the governor? All them white politicians? Because them white politicians in Minnesota had to pass all that stuff through. $8 billion? Hey, I'm sitting there, I'm reading the paperwork. I see a little restaurant, hold 34 people, and say you serving 6,000 children a day, 7 days a week. A little restaurant, hold 34 people. Right here on my paper in front of my desk, it say that you're serving 6,000 meals a day, 7 days a week. I stamp it. Now, come on. Why I stamp that through? Why that go through? Hold on. Come on now. I'm sitting at my desk, me, Big Pharaoh. I'm a politician, and I can tell you, I can speak for me. They paid me. Yeah, they paid me. They paid me. Because soon as I see you say you fed 6,000 meals a day, 7 days a week, and I stamp it, I got paid. Ain't no way I didn't get paid. Come on. I know this is big giant cap. This is this is cap 10. This is a big ass cap. Like, this is size 49 cap. Like, come on. You know they paid me to stamp that. They on that boy neck now. Whoever stamped it. Come here, Pharaoh. You stamped this? Did you stamp this? Yeah, I stamped it. So let us get this straight, Pharaoh. You believed they served 6,000 meals a day, 7 days a week in this little place? I want to talk to my lawyer. I don't have nothing else. I don't have nothing else to say. I need to talk to my lawyer. I need to talk to my wife. So I gotta go home and tell my wife, babe, would you still love me if I was gone for a long time? Because I'm finna go bye-bye. I'm going bye-bye. Now I might, they might want to max me out at 17 years. I might get, if I tell on all the rest of y'all, I might get, well, I don't know. I'll start out at 5 if it's a billion, but if it go up to 8 billion, every billion add 2 more years. So if it go up to 8 billion, they finna slam or bam me, boy. They finna slam or bam me if I did anything mixed with any of this. So hey, man, people going to prison. People going to prison. People going to prison. Yeah, the box was a P.O.Box. Boy, you going to prison forever. You going bye-bye. You going bye-bye now, right now. You got to be gone by next Friday. Boy, you would not want to be no politician up there that had nothing to do with that, boy. It's going to be, boy. You ain't seen nothing. Y'all seen these ice raids and stuff like that? Oh, you ain't seen nothing. They just green-lighted the worst invasion. Minneapolis green-lighted the worst invasion because they say you sent money to El-Shabaab. That's a terrorist. They can send the military in there now. It's terrorists. So they can actually send the Army and Marines in there. They could send the Marines in there. You sent money to terrorists. It's not going to be ICE. Ain't going to be ICE. That place is going to be the military. The Army, the military is coming. And they grabbing every Somalian they see. They grabbing all the Somalis, and you're going to have to prove you're innocent to get let go. They grabbing all the Somalis. They going to detention camps. Right now, they fixing up a camp for them right now. Yep. They grabbing you. They're going to snatch you right off your prayer rug and lock you. They grabbing all of them because now you're a terrorist threat. Terrorism. They've been knocking on their doors. Dudes Dudes was living, driving real expensive cars and everything with no proof on where the money was coming from. Won't be able to come back. Well, you're not leaving. You're going to prison first. Then you're getting deported. Bruh, you're not getting you can't steal no $8 billion and get deported. You're not getting deported. You're getting locked up. Then deported. They going to prison. They not deporting them. They locking all of them up. The FBI gonna have to run a full scan on you before they deport you. Facts. This ain't like these other situations. Oh, hell no. You're gonna have to go to prison and they running a full scam on everybody. Like nobody, man. This the big police. This ain't the little police. Now you're dealing with the CIA. See, a lot of Foundation Black Americans, a lot of y'all in America, y'all don't understand law enforcement. So now the FBI is federal, the whole country. But once you go overseas, that's CIA, Secret Service, and all them. So now you got the FBI, the CIA, the DEA on your neck. Yep, Shine did his time and then got deported. But right now, you got the CIA. You sending money to a terrorist group. Now, if the American government got any ties with this terrorist group, which a lot of times the American government do be manipulating terrorist group, you just messed a whole bunch of stuff up. Like y'all ever seen cases that you ever seen a case like this that you're gonna be hearing about next year? This one of them cases. This ain't no case gonna happen and go out to news. This is just gonna be more news and 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 more news. This is really bad. Tim Walsh, he probably going to prison because you ran against Trump when they were trying to put Trump in prison. And Trump real petty. And if it's up to Donald Trump, Tim Walsh going to jail. He going to prison. I'll tell you. Yeah. Hey, Jay, I'm trying to tell him, Jay. I'm trying to tell him. This is real serious. And if you know anything about how they function with radical Islam, you know damn well she don't run nothing. You know she don't run nothing. And this picture, it really just sums up what she's going through right now. Don't she look like she finna cry? She is I feel sorry for her. I feel sorry for her. I ain't gonna lie. I feel sorry for her. She got to sit there and she got to, she flipping, you know what I'm saying? Now she black, you know what I'm saying? Now she black. First they wasn't black and now she's African. Somalis never said they wasn't Africans. They wasn't black. They was always weird. They was just Somalis. And now her and Tim, they finished. They finished. They're absolutely finished. And that whole city is done. Because I don't know who really was the head. They didn't give them good advice. Because they should have told them, no, don't call this little Mogadishu. Don't call it that. Like Americans do not want us come and name no place after no terrorist stronghold. Like, what the hell's wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with them religions, man. When dudes with them religions, man, people be going too far. You know what I'm saying? Why would you go to another country and stand out like this? And you showing all of this pride for another country that you left. It's really disrespectful. I understand that people say, well, I understand that where you from and you love where you from, but to me it's disrespectful. Like I couldn't see myself moving to like Ghana or Nigeria and constantly holding up the US flag or constantly holding up something about Chicago. To me, that's like weird. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's weird. It's like, why am I in Ghana, but I'm constantly praising Chicago when I could have just stayed in Chicago? So why would I wave a Chicago flag in Ghanaians' place in Ghana? Like, that don't make no sense. Like, even when I left Chicago and lived in L.A., I wasn't repping Chicago in L.A. I was repping L.A. when I was in L.A. L.A. was my home. I'm repping L.A. It's go Lakers. Now, if they play the Bulls, I would be kind of supporting the Bulls. But when the Bulls played the Lakers, I didn't really care who won. Real talk. I only wanted the Bulls to win when they was playing everybody other than the Lakers. When the Lakers playing everybody other than the Bulls, I want the Lakers to win. But when the Bulls and the Lakers would play, I just watched the game. I didn't cheer for neither one. Because it's go Bulls and it's go Lakers. But I wasn't walking around L.A. with no clothes say Chicago all over it. That's crazy. And I used to bump into dudes from New York and L.A., and they would always be New York, New York, New York, New York. And I used to tell them, bro, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, bro. Stop coming out here hollering New York, New York, New York. You being disrespectful. I had to kind of steal on a Hispanic. I don't know if he a Puerto Rican. I think he's a Puerto Rican or something. And we was locked up on in the glass house. I got locked up for selling incense. You know what I'm saying? But the reason I punched on dude is because, I was recovering Chiracian. So I was trying to be conscious, but I wasn't all the way there yet. You know what I'm saying? I was to have flashbacks. And this dude, he was New York, New York, New York, New York, New York, New York. He was getting on my nerve, bro. We in L.A. And then the last straw, they brought in a white dude who was a bum. And the white dude was on the ground, and he was like a drunk or something, just, real sheltered and off to himself. And the Puerto Rican dude, with all us in there, out of everybody to pick on, he picked on the white guy that was just sitting on the floor minding his own business. You know what I'm saying? He ain't said nothing to nobody. He ain't did nothing to nobody. So the Puerto Rican dude, he started harassing this white man that's just, you know what I'm saying? And that was the last straw. I had the two-piece dude. Tell him, shut up and go sit down. Enough of you. Why is you bothering him? Why don't you, come on, bring that shit to me. You know what I'm saying? You just going to be a Rican because I'm going to knock the pour off of you. You ain't going to be no Puerto Rican. You just going to be a Rican. I'm going to knock the Puerto, bro, I'm going to knock the Puerto on the ground. Go sit down, boy. you overdoing it. Like he would get on my nerve. Oh, bop, 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 bop. Punk. And he didn't even fight back. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to be scrapping. Maybe I got a busted lip or something, like some real G stuff. He ain't even do nothing. He let me whoop on him and all of that. No, no, no. He let me whoop on him. You know what I mean? Messing with this white man, minding his business. I'm a man of the people. I don't believe in bothering people. This man was just on the floor like a bum. Like, how they get a drunk bum and bring him in? The man all in the corner like this already. You just tough. You know what I'm saying? And where I come from, if you let a dude get tough in front of you like that, right? If I let him get away with that, then he'll try me. See, the streets, this is how the streets go. Like he testing the waters. So if he could do this to this dude and nobody say nothing, now he gonna feel like Superman. So rather than him feeling like Superman, he had to catch, bow. You know what I'm saying? Bow, bow, bow. I'm already mad. I'm locked up. I had to bow, bow, dude, and tell him, sit down, boy. Nobody want to hear nothing about New York, boy. This L.A. And then the L.A. dudes was like, yeah, this L.A. Sit your ass down like that, because there was some L.A. G's in there that was going to get him anyway. My man that was going to get him, my man had snatched the purse. I was there with a brother had snatched a bag full of money, a briefcase. My man had snatched a briefcase. He said, Pharaoh, I was walking down the street and I got to the gas station. I wasn't on nothing. I was going to see my girl. And he said, dude got out of his car to go pay for his gas, left the whole door open with the briefcase just sitting on the thing. And he said it was just calling me. So he went and snatched the briefcase and started running. And he said, I was running. Dude came out, but he seen some Mexicans. Dude said, get him. And he said, the Mexicans chased me and grabbed me and tackled me instead of minding their business. But he said, I wasn't even on that. Dude really invited me to crime. He just left the briefcase with the door wide open. That was so funny. He was like, man, I wasn't even doing no crime. He said, Pharaoh, that briefcase started calling me. Look, man, I might be full of money. Come get me. He said, I ran and grabbed that bad boy. He said, I was gone too. But when I got down, he seen some Mexicans say, stop him. And they tackled him. It was a black brother. He was from somewhere else too. I forgot where bro was from. Bro was from St. Louis or something like that. It was cool as hell though. But boy, that was funny, boy. He said, now I'm in jail I wasn't even out stealing or nothing. He says his fault. He the one left the door open with the briefcase sitting right there. I said, hell no. But I had to whip the Puerto Rican dude because he just keep bragging about where he from. So, that remind me of these people. Like, lady, go sit down. Like, boy, lady, go sit down. Why is you here in Minnesota with all this Mogadishu clothes on and all this repping with your flag and all of that? Boy, you disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? She looked real disrespectful. Like, girl, go back. Where you from? All right, well, go back. Go back where you from, lady. Because you tripping. Now, I bet she ain't going to come outside with that flag in the next 2 or 3 weeks, next month. I bet she ain't going to come outside. If she come outside with that old, she going in the back of the truck. She ain't all that no more now. Now she American. She black. They black again. Yeah, they turn back black. All them people keep turning black. They ain't never black when we need them. These Caribbeans and these Africans, they not black till they get in trouble. We be the only ones black. When they get in trouble, then they be black. When they get in trouble, they be black again. They like, I'm black right now. I'm in trouble, Pharaoh. I'm black. No, you're not black. You is Mogadishan. You know what I'm saying? You was a Mogadishan. You need to stand on Mogadishan business. You was not no foundation Black American. You know what I'm saying? You need to put your blue and white on and stand on what you've been standing on. You know what I'm saying? My name Wes, and I ain't in this mess. I don't know you. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to Be our friend when you get in trouble. The rest of the diaspora is jealous of FBA. They wouldn't be jealous if they work with us. What you jealous of somebody that you could work with? That's what the problem is. That's the problem. How you jealous of somebody you could be working with? Make some kind of sense. They into too much weirdo religion, weirdo tribal stuff, and they're not gangster enough. They supposed to be more gangster. And that's what's wrong, my brothers, sisters, in Africa, Caribbean stuff. Y'all ain't gangster enough. Y'all ain't gangster enough. They need to be more gangster. You black from other places, y'all need to be more like us. See, if you take our mentality to Africa and you was over here and us with our mentality, this how it go. I'll call you up. What up, man? I'll come in your life. Give me a number. You'll call me. What's up, my brother? Like, what's up, man? I'm over here in Ghana. Hey, I got that chocolate though, bro. On everything, bro. I got that chocolate. Wait, where you at? You in Philly? I got that chocolate though. It gonna pop off in Philly. That's how I be. Hey, bro, I'm in Ghana. Hey, my boy got that gold. My boy be getting that gold, bro. My boy be getting that gold. You know what I'm saying? If I was in Ethiopia, I'd be calling y'all over here. What up? Where you at? Oh, you in New Orleans? What up, man? Hey, I got that coffee, bro. My brother, I got that coffee, though. I got that coffee. I can send you that coffee. It's going to pop off. We can get some of that Starbucks money. You know, I love from Somalia. You know what I'm saying? I love from Ethiopia. It'd be all love. If I was in Ethiopia and I was over in Africa, it'd be all love with y'all, boy, because I got stuff I'm finna send y'all. What? They slow. Africans are slow, with all due respect. They slow. They sitting on all them new natural resources. We know how to sell and flip. And they're not sending us nothing to sell and flip. That's why Africans is lames and Caribbeans. They lames. I ain't trying to stereotype. I'm just trying to type that stereo. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to stereotype, but I'm saying they not functioning like no G's. Like, where the bag? Let's get a bag. I don't care where you're from, Mogadishu, Nogadishu, or Sogadishu. You got some to send me? No, they got resources. They just ain't hustlers. You can't tell me Ethiopia can't get no coffee. You cannot tell me no Ghanaian can't get no chocolate. Why would you be insecure when you can get a bag, though? I don't understand. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Over here in the illegal game, it's like this. You the big man. You got a Benz and a Bentley. You got all the keys. Me, I got an old Chevy that I fixed up, a little house me and my queen just bought, and some kids I'm trying to make some money. You could get me to work. So I could spend 200 and make 500. I can spend 500, make 1,500. I can spend 1,500, make 4,500. And as it go up, I'm making more. Why am I going to be insecure with you when I'm coming up? Make it make some sense. If you to come up, how the hell you mad at the come up when it's the come up? Make that make some sense. 14 months later, I got 2 trucks, Cadillac, house all fixed up. Baby girl got mink coat. I got mink coats from you. How am I insecure? Because you got 4 Rolex watches and I got 1. I don't care. I didn't have none. I don't care what you got, brother. Okay? When it's the come up. At what point are you mad at the person got stuff and ain't focused on you getting stuff? You're supposed to be focused on getting stuff, not on what I got or what he got. You're supposed to be focused on what you're trying to get. What you're trying to get is all that's in your mind, young black people. Only thing in your mind is what you're trying to get. You don't give a damn what nobody else got. So why would Africans care what we got when they need to be trying to get what they want to get? That don't make no sense. I don't got to get dudes' money. I can get my own money. Why do I want his money when there's my own money I could get? Why do I want to all of a sudden rob him or do something to him when I could get stuff from him and make my own money? And I can go from having $700 saved to $30,000 saved from working with him. What the hell do I care if he got, okay, I got 30,000 saved. I only had 700 when I started. Okay, he got $250,000. What the hell do that matter to me? They shouldn't be mad at nobody. Brothers and sisters in Africa need to be getting them natural resources to the brothers and sisters in America. That's what they need to be doing. They need to flip the script and get us them natural resources the way the Koreans is getting them Koreans all them hair products on our women, the way the Chinese is getting all them products over here, the way all these other people is getting products over here. What's wrong with you Africans? Why y'all ain't getting products over here? Why we ain't getting all the African herbs and spices, open up African vegan restaurants with rare African spice? Come on. Like, they're not focused. You understand? And much of the stuff that we saying over here ain't focused either. We ain't focused either. We like arguing back and forth. And they ain't this and they ain't that. All right, cool. They ain't that. And they say we not that. But this, what's up with the money, though? What's up with the cash? What's up with the money? Okay, the Ethiopians ain't this, the Ethiopians that. I heard y'all got some of the best coffee in the world. What's up with the coffee? This is where the level I want foundational Black Americans to get. Because at the end of the day, no matter if we get reparations or not, what are we going to do with the money? Are we going to go into business? But why are we not going to go into international business just like everybody else? And why we would not go in business when Africa got all the shit? Black more freedom. But that sounds like somebody don't be getting no money. You sound broke. So that's why when I'm not saying I'm making no sense. Because you ain't about no money like Big Pharaoh. Big Pharaoh's about money. So Big Pharaoh don't accept the fact you ain't own nothing when you got stuff that can make money. So I'm not like you. And if Africa got natural resources, I'm going to send the natural resources. I'm not like you. You will give up. You'll give up. I'm not on that. I'm not on what you own. You on negativity and wallowing in negativity. Oh, they just losers and they just ain't going to do nothing. All right, cool. Stand on that. Stand on that. Stand on that, because everything you're saying ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. You understand? You feeding into other blacks, taking them away from this high-level conversation I'm bringing. You bringing back a low tribal war conversation, low-level conversation. Your conversation is low level. What's your name? Blackmore Freeman? Yeah, this your conversation, and this my conversation. See what I'm saying? You talking about what is, I'm talking about what should be. And when you're a black man and you can't focus on what should be, you're a loser. Because it ain't about what it is, it's about what you can make it. So when you wallow in what it is, you're a loser. You ain't on nothing. Anytime you look at Africa and you worry about the people and you don't see them natural resources, you ain't on Big Pharaoh level. You want to talk people. I want to talk chocolate. I want to talk coffee. I want to talk spices. You want to talk people. So me and you, we not the same. I'm a boss. I want to talk natural resources. You just ain't talking about what I want my people to hear. You got to go get you a channel, bro. You got to go get you a channel like Big Pharaoh. Blackmore, you got to get a channel like Big Pharaoh. You can't piggyback off me and say opposite what I'm saying. You got to say opposite what I'm saying on your shit. That just show you me and you on two different levels. I'm Big Pharaoh over here on Big Pharaoh saying what Big Pharaoh say. See what I'm saying? Corey, you got a loser mentality too. I can't let them hear what you're saying either, Corey. I'm not gonna let these people hear no loser mentalities. Okay? I don't want no echo chamber. I just don't mess with. I don't want no chamber. The only chamber I be having is the you know what kind of chamber we got in Chicago, all right? You already know what kind of chambers we got. No, what I don't want is no loser with no fake name, no Blackmore Freeman over here talking, and you might be a Chinese man or anything. You bootleg. And so you trying to talk real stuff to me with a bootleg name? Bro, get your ass out of here. You're not even real. You bootleg. Why I want to listen to you? You bootleg. Like, I'm not going to have no conversation with Blackmore Freeman, you know what I'm saying? Who is you? You's a dude, makeup and that. You know your name is Charles Williams. Stand on Charles Williams. Don't come over here, Blackmore Freeman. That's not your name, boy. I'm really Big Pharaoh Ramesses El-Aton, really Big Pharaoh. This really Big Pharaoh. You bootleg. You know what I'm saying? And all due disrespect, you bootleg, bro. You talk to the real one. Really, this is really that over here. What I'm talking is real stuff that the Africans don't know. They sitting on the natural resources. And they should be doing like everybody else and getting us those natural resources. Am I right or am I wrong? Should the Africans be getting foundational Black Americans natural resources? Am I right or am I wrong? Not they ain't gonna do it now. Am I right or am I wrong? If you ain't addressing what I said, how is you okay? Address what I said. Should the Ethiopians be trying to get us that coffee? Should the Ghanaians be trying to get us that chocolate? And should we get off our ass and be selling coffee and be selling chocolate and stop running around working for your boss and then getting on social media talking like you big bad black daddy woo-woo, trying to disrespect white America, who you work for, who feed you and who take care of your children because you work for them. So don't come to Big Pharaoh fronting like you know big independent Moore Freeman. No, you not. You're going to get your ass up and go to work tomorrow for them people. Because you don't run no businesses. You don't run no trucking companies. You don't have no jobs for your Black people over here. Stop playing with me. None of y'all over here is hiring. I hate to do y'all like that. I'm talking about the Africans taking control of their natural resources, sending us and us providing jobs and building factories and creating our own products from those natural resources. That's what we should be on. I don't do fair exchange over here. This is Pharaoh said that. This not Cassandra said nothing. What's the name of this channel, sweetie? Is it called what Cassandra say? I already told you what this is when you see the channel. This is Pharaoh said that. This ain't you said nothing. What's the name of this channel? Is the name of this channel what Cassandra and them said? I just said, I named it. This is only what I say. This is a total dictatorship. I don't allow other people to bring in low-level conversations to debate. Period. I control the narrative and keep the conversation up for my people. If I went back and forth with the average sister with a perm in her head, meat eaters and stuff, come on. You're not Big Pharaoh. You ain't got your diet together. Why would I listen to you? You just got through eating kibbles and bits. With all due respect. You're not me. There's nothing to listen to here. The shit rolls downhill. That's what's wrong with Foundation Black. Y'all don't got no rank and file. She all good. Cassandra all good. She just ain't read the title with it. People don't read the title. They think I just named it Pharaoh said that. No, this is what Pharaoh said. This ain't what nobody else said. You understand? This is what I say. Now, if you don't want to come listen to what I got to say, you clicked on the wrong channel. If you want to hear what you got to say, there's a mirror in your house. Go stand in the mirror and talk to yourself. Why you come over here for somebody to hear what you got to say? That's what y'all think I went live for see people to hear what y'all got to say? You understand what I'm saying, Cassandra? I'm saying that while we doing all this beefing, the Africans ain't controlling the natural resources, and we not doing no good business as foundational Black Americans. We not doing no business. So rather than come from over here, walking around looking like a goofy in some Somalian clothes, why she ain't sending us no Somalia coffee? Like, what are they doing? What has Somalians done in terms of business between foundational Black Americans and Somalians? What have they done in terms of business, period? Nothing but scam. What natural resources are in Somalia? Look. Notice this conversation never came up. I got to bring it up. Let's look at it. Somalia possesses significant untapped, look at the word untapped, natural resources, including vast oil and gas reserves, major deposits of minerals like iron, ore, uranium, tin, gypsum, bauxite, copper, and salt. Where is the Somalian salt? We could start there. Where's the salt? Something that small content creators, we could be selling salt. Everybody use salt on their food. They got the frankincense and myrrh. Where is that? They got iron. They got copper. We're not getting none of that. We're not getting nothing. What are we getting? What are we getting from them? No, they over there getting weapons, right? Let's turn up the conversation. Who they getting their weapons from? The terrorists. They getting their weapons either from the Chinese or the Europeans, right? Okay. Why are them people giving them weapons? So that they destroy each other, ruin their economy. Then they come in with the military and do what? Take all that bauxite, take all them natural resources, take all that, we'll take everything they got. Because they don't make guns. So where do these blacks that are in these terrorist groups in Africa, Where are they getting their guns from? And you trace the guns, you trace the real boss. And the boss is not a Muslim. The boss don't even care about religion like that. The Arabs don't make no guns. The Arabs is puppets. Arabs are puppets. They make no weapons. They run nothing. Because the top Arab is the sheiks in Saudi Arabia, and they selling America the oil and gas for its military to control Arabs. This is why bin Laden got mad at his daddy, because his daddy was the second highest man in Saudi Arabia. And bin Laden got mad at the sheiks and them and said, y'all sending oil and weapons to the same people y'all saying is the enemy. Y'all the ones helping their military. And they chased him out of Saudi Arabia, and he went to West Africa, and they sent a hit team down to West Africa to unalive him, and that's how he ended up where he was at. Facts, look it up. And his father and Clinton, or Carter, I think Jimmy Carter, his father and Carter met for a meeting. The American president came back, and bin Laden daddy plane crashed and killed bin Laden daddy after he met with the U.S. president. You understand? So those Africans all caught up in that religion. The people at the top of that religion don't even honor that religion. The sheiks and stuff that control them, they don't honor none of that. They don't honor that. It's them sheiks. They the ones funding madrasas that teach radical Islam. Radical Islam is funded by rich sheiks that do business with the same people that radical Islam say is the great Satan. The great Satan is the one giving the sheiks the money that's paying to teach them to be radical. That's a fact. That was Bush Sr. That's a fact that radical Islam is being funded from oil and business, from people that don't care nothing about no religion. It's funding them. These is facts. They just puppets. These is facts. They just puppets. They use them to destabilize countries and then to go in there and take the natural resources. Same thing they trying to do in West Africa. The ones at the top, you go to the back there with the sheiks, they got naked women and everything. They got limousines painted with fingernail polish and all that. They live a whole life of decadence back there where the big sheiks is at. Everybody know what women, a lot of black women is going to Dubai paying to eat. Y'all heard what they paid to eat off of money. They'll put money on the ground and do what on the money, and they eat it off. These is people under Islam in Dubai now that's ain't doing nothing holy. I can't even say what sisters is over there doing for money with the religious people. It's a game. And the key to the winning is the foundation of Black Americans is the key. Until the Black Africans understand that the key is natural resources and the number one distributor is us. Because whatever we buy, everybody else going to buy. Whatever we buy, Jamaicans going to buy, Brazilians, everybody going to buy. It's the key to their freedom is us. And people will say, no, the Europeans stop. The European ain't going to do nothing as long as he get paid. As long as he get paid, he don't give a damn. So whatever they send us, as long as we cut them in, they good. And we'll just all ball out. Y'all don't know nothing about the white man like us. Don't know black people know the white man like foundational black Americans. We know him better than all y'all. And he not as bad as y'all say he is. He just got to pay him. White American man ain't never did nothing that wasn't for money. Slavery was for money. Whites couldn't pick cotton. They burn up. They get hot. Okay? That was it. And they had to put some crazy people in to do it because the rich man wasn't going to monitor no slaves. So they put the crazy white man in there, and he did all that abuse and stuff because the rich white man was in New York. He ain't finna watch no damn slaves. He going to get the poor white man to watch him. The poor white man was doing all kind of fucked up shit. Then the rich white man up north, he said, this poor dude don't know what the hell he doing. Man, let's invent. He invented cotton gin, put that motherfucker out of work. Tell me I'm lying. So the rich white man in the north built the cotton gin and all that and told the poor white man, you're no longer needed. The slaves is free. And then put the army together and went down there in the Civil War and shot them up and took their land from them. Say, all this is my shit anyway, boy. Facts. Punked them and said, we run all of this. Everything you got from us, because they had the slave owners where they lost their property. So what was happening with the slave owners is the way it was working, the North was sending them everything. The North was help paying for the clothes, the food, and everything. Every time the cotton got ready, the whites in the South was still in debt. They still owed their property. The whites in the North owned all that property. Them white men didn't own nothing. They were sharecropping slaves. The slave owners were sharecroppers. And we was a crop. That's a fact. And so eventually, the North foreclosed on that shit. So when the North didn't need them no more, right? This is facts. When the North didn't need them no more, the North started sending, at that time, they would send the cavalry. They would send a military guy with the cavalry. The cavalry was like the police back then. They had forts. And they would send men down there to collect, but the white dudes would shoot because he didn't want to give his land up. So they started sending the cavalry, like a demand, a collector down there with soldiers. When the North started sending these soldiers down there to collect and foreclose on the property, the whites in the South got together and put a military together. This was the beginning of the Confederates. And they was put together, had nothing to do with slavery. They was put together to stop the North from taking their land because they was in debt to the North. They was setting them up and giving them feed. Where you think them whites in the South got feed, got seeds, could afford to have slaves? The North paid for all that. The North had them in a trick bag where they was going in the hole. And only the white man that had a lot of money, that had 200-300 slaves, did good. But the white man that only had 100 slaves, 50 slaves, 20, they went out of business. They said, we no longer need your services. We got the cotton gin, we got electronics now, we got machinery go, we don't need no plows no more. We got tractors. We got farm equipment now. All this land belonged to the big dude down here. We have sold your land to them. So when they came down there to collect, the whites put a militia together to fight to keep their land. Not slaves. Their land, they was going to lose everything. The North owned them. Go watch an old cowboy picture and it'll be out in the West. And everybody be there, and all of a sudden a stagecoach will pull up and everybody stop. And a rich white dude and his wife would get out. That's the North. That's New York and them. The ones that own all that. These are the ones that built the railroad. They come in to check on their shit. That railroad and all that was built from New York and from the East where the money was at. All the rest of them whites was just workers. There was nobody. You was the sheriff of the town, but when the rich dude came, he run everything. And you had the free blacks up north. Yep. And then they began to get more and more and more and more crops. And they got a better way to get them. Right? And they needed the workers up here. They said, we don't need them down there no more. We got machinery to do that part. We need them up here. Okay, we got machinery. But we need somebody up here with the processing. We don't got nobody to process this shit. Facts, they're the pick. Look. They needed you up here now. Look at all that cotton. And do they look like they got enough black men to do it? No. They don't got enough people up here to process this cotton. And you can see the white boy gangster that run everything. He's the one with his hand in his pockets to the right. You can see the one that keep the books in the middle with the white shirt on. And you can see the shooter to your left with the long coat on with his hands in his pocket. That's the shooter. Protecting the boss to your right. The shooter got on the long coat to your left. The boss got on the short coat, jacket with his hands in his pocket. And the person that keep record on how much money coming through is the white man in the middle. That one on the left gonna pop you if you do anything out of order. He coming out with the Tommy gun. Because now they can process it fast. They got the cotton gin. From the time they had the cotton gin, start making tractors and stuff like that. Didn't need no more ox. Didn't need no more cows to pull nothing. It was over. They went down there and took their land. And then Washington, D.C. set up in the middle. That's why Washington, D.C. is not a state. It's neutral territory between the North and the South. That's why Trump had the ability to bring military or whatever into Washington, D.C., because it's not a state. A quick history lesson, all right? The point is, it was all about the Benjamins. It was all about cotton. It was all about oil. It was all about cattle. It was all about money. And that's what's going on with them Somalians. They didn't never bring them over here. They brought Africans over here to take their land. Now they're going to send them back home. They let Mexicans up here to take their land. Now they're going to send them back home. When them Venezuelans get back to Venezuela, America's going to own all that. I've been told y'all that. They only let these new immigrants over here to take their land. Then they send them back. When you get back, you don't own it no more. That's the game. And they said they ain't gonna never turn on us because we the shooters. We the ones we're gonna send over there. We're gonna send over there to Africa if you get our land. I know you don't want to hear it. I know a lot of FBA don't want to hear it. I know it's a little harsh, but we the shooters. We the reason nobody want to see the U.S. military. Nobody want to see us. That's a fact. Go study Vietnam and find out who was really the shooters. Who's really the problem? We the hitmen for white America. I hate to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I know it sound. I know it don't sound good, but it's the truth. It's the truth. If he really wants you out of here, pay us. You'll be out of here. Nigerian, whatever. If he pay us, you're gone. I'm just telling you. Me and the guys will clean out Minneapolis in about 2 weeks. Be quiet. That's why the lady said they ain't gonna try to take care of y'all. They gotta take care of us first. She told everybody. She said, we don't got time for them. We got to pay the black Americans. We ain't going to pay y'all nothing. Basically, that's what she said. Because now we got social media, they're going to pay us. The only reason they didn't pay us, we didn't have a way to be united, or we would have been got reparations. The special forces, 99% what? The special forces is the special forces is mainstream American military. I'm talking about covert. I'm talking about covert. You talking about overt. I'm talking about covert. We're talking about two different things. You got to understand, if I tell you we're a secret weapon, they're not going to show you the secret weapon. They're not going to put us, and they're not going to show you their secret weapon. Why would they do that? It wouldn't be no secret no more. We the secret weapon, though, I'm telling you. Look, we're going to turn it up. We're going to turn it up like this. I'm going to get a brother some knowledge. We're going to turn it up before we go. Okay, let's take Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That's who we are. Now, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, right? The king, he got mad. He threw them in the furnace, right? When they opened the furnace, the fire popped out. It burnt some of their own men. They threw the three brothers in the furnace, right? When they looked in the furnace, it was 4 people in the furnace. They only threw 3 in there. The king told them, I think this was Nebuchadnezzar, told them, go get them out, get them out. When they went and got Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego out, they didn't even smell like smoke. None of their clothes was burnt. When they opened it, some more of the soldiers caught on fire. When they came out, only 3 came out. Nobody was burned. Nobody smelled like smoke. What did Nebuchadnezzar say? He said, these children, these holy children of God, these people, they don't got to follow none of our rules. Bet not nobody touch them. Everybody else got to do what I tell them. But them, they do their own thing. And he told his people, because their God is the real God. Look it up. He told them their God is the real God. Now, well, I be telling you I should be charging for this. I don't know why I don't be getting no, I don't be begging, so I don't be getting no donations. Here go the thing though. You see Trump and all them? All of them got Merlin the magician. America got like a sorcerer type. You're not going to know who that is. So they have a sorcerer type that gives them advice. And the advice they get from their head spiritual sorcerer type is, don't touch the blacks. If you touch the blacks, your country going to get destroyed. As long as the blacks are all right, you'll be able to remain in power. If you can do a little stuff to keep the blacks from taking over, but you cannot try to destroy the blacks, or their God will tear all this up. And they have orders not to touch foundational Black Americans. This is a fact. The lady just said it. She said, we trying to get them out of here. The blacks, we owe them. We don't owe the rest of y'all nothing. You got to understand that the blacks in America, we not normal. We not like the other blacks and the other whites and nobody. We is something else. If you melanated over here and your family go all the way back to where nobody don't know, you was picked for this mission. This is not no happenstance that we here. We was picked for this. Facts. That's why the whole world follow us, even white America over here. They get trends from us to make money. We're not normal. But we have a special relationship with white Americans that a lot of low-level black militants, they ain't on this level. Because you got to understand, white Americans, they ain't a normal group either. They're not like the rest of the white people in the world. Is it? White Americans that been in this country the whole time, they not like the other whites. They different than we did. Both of us is different. I ain't supposed to be telling them none of this. White Americans, right? You see how we call ourselves foundational black Americans? Well, foundational white Americans and us, we both different. That's why you can see America, and that's why you see all the European countries don't like white America. They don't like Americans. Y'all ain't never noticed that? They don't like white. Y'all ain't never noticed the other white people that don't like white Americans. They don't like them. The French don't like them. The judge, they don't like white Americans. Both us and white Americans, we consider like mutts to low-level thinkers. But on high-level thinkers, we the chosen ones. America is the new Jerusalem, the new holy place. You ain't over here with just any white man. That's my boy, the white man over here. That's my boy. It's the only people that ain't gonna take the mark of the beast in the cash society is whites and blacks in America. We ain't taking that shit. Who you think gonna stand up against the mark of the beast? America. America ain't taking no microchip. America didn't take the shot. Did America take the COVID shot? No. A few people did. Americans ain't taking no. Boy, listen, ain't no cash society gonna work here. It ain't gonna work. Yeah, we like X-Men. So it's crazy, you know. That a lot of whites know this. That's why a lot of whites ain't in the Klan and stuff like that. They look at the Klan and them like slow, like they don't know nothing. That's why so many ex-Ku Klux Klan members that got out the Klan when they went to prison or when they got around blacks, they say, oh, I was all wrong. They ain't on that anti-black American shit. That's fake. They'll make money off of you because it's the gangster way. They'll put you in prison and pimp you and make money and stuff like that, but eliminate you? Oh, no, hell no. If they think about eliminating us, it'd be more earthquakes, it'd be bad tornadoes, it'd be bad storms. If too many of them get in there with a dark mind, they get bad earthquakes, they get bad storms, they get bad stuff happen. Just thinking about doing something to us. And Miami will be underwater. thinking about doing something else called natural disasters, you know. So that's why people be jealous of us when they come. Other blacks come over here because they be like, well, why they love y'all so much? And they be trying to fight to get the attention from white America that we've been getting. That's why they be hating. You would think if racism was that bad and whites was that bad, why blacks come over here and don't link up with us? Because they don't see it bad like that. Obviously, they don't see it like that. They see it different. So they come over here with hate. And think about Africans coming over hating us and the white man throwing them out. And then the white lady get up there and say, we owe the black Americans, we owe y'all shit. What she said, y'all talk about the Bible and Revelation. What's the revelation you just got? Right? What's the revelation you got from that? You just seen Revelation. Y'all talking about the Bible Revelation. Did not the European white lady say, we owe the black Americans. We don't owe the rest of y'all nothing. That's not Revelation. That's not biblical. That's what she said. She said, why should we help y'all? We owe the blacks over here. We don't owe y'all nothing. What, Ann Coulter, didn't she just say that? Look it up. My phone was going crazy. Everybody was sending me that. I can't believe she said that. I believe it. She know what's real. White people never, it was never no hate. It was about you live over here and we live over there. That's all they wanted, to live separate. They didn't want to mix breed. They didn't hate you. They just don't want to mix breed. They want you to live over there and they live over there. It's not good for them to mix with us and get bred out. Why would they? We'll breed them out. They can't breed us out, but we can breed them out. So they're not supposed to want to live around us and have us talk to their women and stuff. That ain't going to maintain their race. To maintain their race, they got to stay separate. If you take a bunch of polar bears and grizzly bears and put them together, you ain't going to have no polar bears or no grizzly bears. You're going to have some other kind of bear. You're going to breed the polar bear out. You're going to breed the grizzly bear out. But it's never nothing but that. Some whites misinterpret it. But most of the rah whites, they don't never run up. Y'all ain't never asked yourself why they don't run up. Where's the Ku Klux Klan? We in Chicago. Why they ain't never ran up? They had plenty enough time to run up. Why they got to sneak around and find a brother unalive here and sneak around? Why they just don't run up and just test the waters? And get an aim for what's going on. Because we the most military blacks in the world. I live in Chicago, and I can tell you that nobody know how many guns is in the black community in Chicago. We shooters. We're not angelic. We pops. That's it. We not this. They don't call it Chirac for nothing. We Chirac, we with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When the smoke get hot and they jump into the war, if they run up in Venezuela and the Venezuelans start getting at them, they're going to draft us. And we're going to come down there and we're going to Venezuela. That's why everybody talking about the Venezuelans going to come take over Chicago and all that. All right, where that's at? Y'all don't never want to take back what y'all said. When the Venezuelans first came, I had a whole bunch of people trolling me. They're going to take y'all over. I said, no, they not. Nobody never came back and said, Pharaoh, I was wrong. They ain't did shit to y'all. No. Hell no. They went out their way not to beef with us. As a matter of fact, they're my little sons. Okay? Facts. We named them VDs. They VDs. We the big homie around here. We call them VDs. They on the block smoking with us and stuff. Ask somebody. The Ku Klux Klan is not really, all they want is separation. They don't want to eliminate blacks. The Ku Klux Klan are not the Nazis. The Nazis was the one pushing eugenics and all that. Ku Klux Klans are not Nazis. The Ku Klux Klan just wants separation. That's it. That's all. That's all. Do your thing, we do our thing. That's it. They want to maintain white culture. Rightfully so. Why would you want your culture to be gone? You white. You're supposed to stand on that. But they ain't Nazis. It's a difference between Nazis and KKK. A lot of stuff they call racism is just whites trying to control an economical situation that they feel like they built. And blacks, by just coming up here recently, my parents is the first generation to come up here, then me, then my children. So we just now adapting to what we supposed to do economically. We haven't been to the North long enough to have an economical program. We just had to come up and buy houses and have children and raise children. That's all my daddy and them could do. They couldn't, when you ask why blacks couldn't do, all they was just trying to do was build, get married, and raise their children. That was it. Now we getting to the point we looking at economics and building economical powerhouses and stuff like that. Which we do. We got way more millionaires than black Africans. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of we got shorty millionaires now. Man, we got foundational black Americans, man, shorties. They millionaires. They getting rich early with clothing lines and stuff like that. Shorty done be 23 years old. They be multimillionaires already. For real. It takes generation to get up, but without social media, Robbie, we didn't really know we was down. So like my daddy and them, okay, that generation wasn't looking at a group. They was just looking at a man would come up here and all a man was thinking about was get married, get a house, and take care of his family. He wasn't thinking about black people. My daddy wasn't thinking about black people. My daddy was just thinking about my mama, me, and my sister. That's it. And a lot of people don't understand that. That a man wasn't thinking in terms of a group. That's internet talk. They was only thinking in terms of their family. That's it. So now we talking group talk. But the past generation, they wasn't thinking group. The group think wasn't there. You see what I'm saying, Robbie? This all my daddy cared about. Is these three people in the picture with him. He wasn't doing no group, nothing. It wasn't about black people rising up. It was about him doing well. That's it. There was no group think. It was individual, and every man was trying to be a good husband and a good father and raise his family. That was as far as it went. It was never about black people. That's new. That's internet stuff. In those days, it was about just coming and getting a better life, get married, and have a good life for you and your family, and do better than your grandfather and stuff like that coming out of the South. That's it. That's all it was about. It wasn't no group thought. It wasn't like, oh, we got to do this for black people. Because they didn't have the internet to think like that. We didn't get to these type of concepts until we got the internet. The only thing my daddy was trying to do was take it to the next level from his daddy. So my daddy was trying to go further than this man, my daddy's daddy, down there in Decatur, Alabama. So my daddy, his whole goal was to keep pushing his legacy. That was it. That's it. Simple as that. To take his father, what his father took them so far, and him to take me and my sister further. And my sister's doing very well. And I'm the one turned out to be the radical. So my sister kept that going and took that to where they wanted to take it. And all our children is still furthering that because I never put my children on my path. So my children, I let them be on whatever path they're going to be on, and I just stayed on this myself. And the only thing I did for my children was change their names. So they be born, they wouldn't have them slave names. That's it. And then I went on a whole other direction. I went this way. And I went independent minded and stuff. And I ain't had a job since, I ain't worked for a European company since 1978. I ain't worked for nobody since 1978. I did home improvement call in. I did that in LA for a little while, for like about 5 months or something. I couldn't do that. I had got a job calling for home improvement, but I couldn't do it because I was working for myself. And when I had to be at work, I had to be selling incense. And it was like events was coming where I could sell, $2,000 worth of incense. Why would I sit at this job for what I'm gonna make that one day? $60, $70? I don't know. But I'm finna make $2,000. So the boss at that job, he like, other times, where you? I said, I can't come in there. I got the Tracy Chapman concert coming with Sting. I'm finna make $2,000. He said, you finna make $2,000 doing what? I say, selling incense. He said, I wouldn't come in there either. Shout out to Dennis. I think his name was Dennis. He said, I wouldn't come in here either. Are you kidding me, El-Aton? You finna sell 2,000 packs incense? I say, yeah, $1 a pack at the LA Coliseum. Me and my boy, my queen, we gonna circle that motherfucker. And when they come out of there, we gonna rake them up. Everybody got $1. That's how I first learned how to get rich. You could get rich because you can sell 1,000,000 things for $1. So if I got 1,000,000 packs of incense, all I got to do is go into a big crowd. And when they're gone, I just made $1,000,000. And to make $1,000,000 and make 1,000,000 packs of incense wouldn't cost nothing but some thousands. That's how big it wouldn't cost nothing but some thousands to make millions. It wouldn't cost $500,000, it wouldn't cost $250,000. It probably cost you like a 16th of a million. Maybe even a 32nd of a million to make 1,000,000 packs of incense. I just gave y'all some game. Facts. To make 1,000,000 packs of incense would only cost you like 1/64th of a million. Real talk. Because ain't nothing but some sticks that you dip in some oil and put in some plastic bags. That's how I was getting paid. So that's why I don't beef with no Africa, because I'm a businessman. I need some African stuff. I need some cocoa butter. I need some chocolate. I'm on something else. I'm trying to raise everybody consciousness, not just Foundation Black Men, but Africans too. Letting Africans know why y'all ain't getting us them products. So we could break away from this system so that the Africans could have ships like the Chinese. Because when I go buy stuff from the Chinese, they got their own ships. They got their own big warehouses full of stuff. And I'm like, why the Africans ain't got that? You know what I'm saying? Right. The Chinese controlling all that. The Chinese controlling the black soap, the cocoa butter, all that stuff. The Chinese is controlling it. Facts. This cocoa butter right here, I got this from some Chinese. And they got all the African oils and everything in there. This is a fact. So when the Chinese went into East Africa and Africa, they taking all their natural resources. They shipping out that cocoa butter. They shipping out them oils. They shipping all that stuff out to China. China's putting all that stuff on some big ass ships and sending it here. And they got big wholesale outlets. Then the big wholesale outlets send to all the small wholesale outlets. So somewhere in Chicago, or Illinois around, there's a small wholesale outlet of Chinese where all them Chinese can go in there and buy them products and have it in them stores. And they sell African soap, African cocoa. I had the other one that said African. They had the African cocoa butter, Africa. They got everything in Africa. The Chinese got it. Right on Broadway. Right on Broadway. I'll show you. What's the name of that stuff? Hold on. They got all that stuff. They selling all that. I can't find a store. I'll find a store and show it to you. It's a store. It's up on the north side. And you go in there and they got everything. They got everything from Africa. it's an Asian dude with like they always have one Asian dude with like 2 or 3 Asian women. They be in the black neighborhoods too. They the ones selling these women all these hair products and all that stuff. Straight up. Yep. They the ones be selling all them hair products and all that stuff. Hold on. They the ones I bought this from. African shea butter. I bought this from them. It's a product of Ghana. And they got warehouses full of this. And they all go get this same product. They all go get this product. And the Chinese control this. Africans don't control this. This is not an African company. This is an Asian company. Oh my soul. This is an Asian company. And they control everything. Straight up. The Africans got to step their game up. The Chinese is taking all their stuff. The Asians is making all the money from the black community, the Koreans and the Chinese. Our woman is giving all her hair care money to Koreans and Chinese. Now the Africans trying to get in the hair game, and eventually they might get the products too. But most of them products them Africans is selling, they getting it from Asians. So just because you go to the African braid shop, all that stuff they using ain't African. All that stuff they using, they getting it from the Koreans and the Chinese in the African braid shop. The stuff from Africa, but the Africans ain't the one they getting it from. They getting it from the Asians, including the hair. So see this, we ain't talking about that. See, so ain't nobody telling the foundation of Black American woman start her own business, start spending her money with them people. And the Africans got a long way to go because they don't control no shipping or nothing. The Africans is behind the Europeans and the Asians. The Chinese got shipping. Africans ain't got no shipping. Think about it. And the ships is the only way you can get the stuff cheap. It costs too much to fly that stuff. So the only way you can really, that's why the Panama Canal, see, there is a lot to this. That's why the Panama Canal is so important, because the only way you could really get products affordable is shipping. And the Asians and the whites control shipping. The blacks don't got no shipping. Straight up. Blacks ain't got no shipping. Shipping is all China and America. Facts. The Chinese control all of that. All that stuff you get from Korea, America's shipping that stuff. If it's North Korea, China's shipping it. If it's South Korea, America's shipping it. I swear to God. But the Black Africans and the Foundation of Black Americans, you got no shipping, nothing. You got no way, you can't even get no food in. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no shipping or nothing. And the Somalian people, you know, They up under religious terrorism. What you expect them to do? They up under religious terrorism. They can't even be what they want to be. They got to be forced into Islam. So it's like it was a mistake to bring people that can't make their own decisions here. And so anytime people is being dictated and you bring them here, they dictators here too. So Somalians aren't free Africans. There's very few places where people under Islam are free. Islam is, most places is by force, basically. It's not really your own choice. You know what I'm saying? It's not by choice, it's by force. Basically. So I can't be mad at the Somalians. They don't get to make no decision. America got to get them out of here because they don't control their own future. And having them over here, you might as well have terrorism here. You got to get them out of here. You can't have Somalians without what comes with Somalia, which is terrorism. They are controlled by black Africans that have been totally brainwashed since kids. They capture the kids and brainwash them. They do stuff to the mothers and all that. I can't get into detail, but it's brutal what they do to convert them people. So when you see them Islamic soldiers in Africa, them boys been brainwashed since they was babies. They ain't never had no freedom. Seriously. So it's not really the Somalians on their own. That's why they got to go. And I don't know. America should have knew better. But I think a lot of times America be moving on like autopilot. But they should have known that these people was up under terrorist organizations. Like, I don't understand how they didn't know that. They surprised that money is going back to Al-Shabaab? How are you surprised? When you know the conditions of that religion. Islam was started out of violence and promoted. Just like the Christian Crusades. But the people that was under Christianity, they wasn't going to tolerate the violence, but they haven't been able to fix Islam. That's why you got all them Islamic. Look how many people is brutalized by Islamic terrorist groups. Like, why that religion is in these terrorist groups? Why are they kidnapping children in Nigeria? You don't see no Christians kidnapping children in Nigeria. You don't see no Buddhists. You don't see what other religion you see kidnapping people but Islam. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, the Somalians, it ain't really their fault. They stuck between a rock and a hard place. What's going on, Global Loopy G? They just stuck. To be fair, I got to be fair. What can they say? They don't control their own. They don't control their own future. Anytime you live where women don't have no control on how they want to live and all that, just imagine. We in a situation where they say, well, these women is all naked and everything. That's right. These women is naked doing all this stuff, but it's still you don't want to get rid of that. You don't want to give up your freedom to get rid of that. That's something they got to change on their own free will. That ain't nothing that you want to make them do by the gun or by the sword. If you got to force a woman, how's that righteous? And so, they got all of these people all covered up and got these women all covered up, but yet the murder rate is through the roof. The violence is through the roof. So where's the righteousness? How you righteous? You got your women covered up, but you're slaughtering everybody. And you're raping how many women? They go into these places, you're raping children and all this. All this under Islam? You're kidnapping children in Nigeria? Unaliving children? That's Allah? Really? So that's why religion is whack. Government is better because people get to elect the government people in and out like that. Religion, any old fanatic could become the leader. So you got a lunatic leader. It's like a gang. It's just religion. It's like that nut down there in Haiti. Same thing. And America got to get these people out from these weirdo places like Haiti, a lot of these countries in Africa. You got to get them people out of here. You cannot bring people in with certain trauma and certain ways they live. You cannot bring that in here. They will destroy your country. Haitians will destroy this country. Haiti is a hellhole, and so is many countries in Africa. Why would you bring them here? Duh. Why? Like, why? Yes, it is, duh. The H is everywhere, but they got a whole thing on there. But the boys, they want the boys to say Sullivan for so long, so the boys end up messing around with boys. There's a whole documentary on that. I seen a whole documentary on that, on how the strict religion is making the boys uh, turn LGBTQ. And they're getting in rickshaws doing stuff with each other in them rickshaws. They banned that documentary, man. That documentary was deep. That documentary was deep, boy. It showed them over there in Africa and under that strict religion, and over there in the Middle Eastern countries and the Islamic countries, how they was LGBTQ because the religion was so strict that they can't be with a woman till they get they got to go through all this before they get with a woman. And as soon as their hormones kick in, they start doing weirdo stuff. They banned that. They banned that, boy. They banned that. That documentary was deep, boy. They was interviewing all them little boys, too. Heck yeah. Yup. Yup. All that's going rampant in Jamaica, in America, everywhere. Especially with the food and them putting all the chemicals on the food that mess up your hormones and stuff. Yep. And all of these adults unmonitored doing all type of stuff to these kids. You know what I'm saying? And they over there on them opioids and that heroin over there. Bad. They over there on them drugs. Bad. In the Middle East and Africa, Man, Africa, man, they gone. They got a lot of different stuff they taking in Africa. I forgot that new one. They got a new thing they taking in Africa, and they going crazy. It's ruining the whole countries. Well, they have to have like whole areas where they put them, and they just be over there using that stuff. I forgot what that stuff was called. Uh, they call it Kush. They call it Kush. They call it Kush, man. In West Africa, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, they say it's 25 times stronger than fentanyl. On my soul. It's 25 times stronger than fentanyl. And guess what's going to happen if you keep letting them Africans come over here? Guess where it's going to end up? Kush addiction is a severe and escalating public health crisis in West Africa, particularly in Sierra Leone and Liberia, which have both declared public health emergencies over the issue. The drug, a potent and ever-evolving mixture of synthetic cannabinoids and opioids like nitazines, which can be up to 25 times stronger than fentanyl, has led to thousands of unalive people and a surge in psychiatric hospital admissions. They going crazy over there on it. On my soul. And it's bad. They have like whole areas where they be, man, it's so bad. You wouldn't believe it. You hear me? You wouldn't believe it. Like Africa, man, is messed up. They getting destroyed over there. In Africa. They getting wiped out. For real. Because they got them natural resources. They wiping them people out. Yeah, prostitution is real big in Africa. But STDs is everywhere. All type of, man, listen. Man, you go over there messing around. Go over there messing around and see. You'll see. You go over there messing around. It's bad. And when I say bad, I mean real bad. He was riding when he lived in Chicago. You know, America's got to shut its borders down. It's just that simple. You know? They're going to have all them problems over here. This how they be over there, gone. It's called Kush. Man, let me tell you. Man, it's horrible. It's horrible. I'm talking about, if don't watch it with your queen, she's going to start crying. Don't watch it with no female. She gonna start crying. She gonna start crying. Real talk. And that's why you gotta control your border. Cause if they don't be careful, it's gonna hit the United States. We already got Trank, and Trank is just as bad. Trank is horrible. Trank is causing devastation all over the United States. And they be the same way they be on this. They be on the streets on that Trank like this Africa. But this how they be on that Trank. They be just like this. Sure do. The Trank is so bad, they won't even. They don't even be wanting to show no pictures of that. It's so bad. And he look just like them people in Africa. Just like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised. So you can't clean the country up with all these people coming. You can't let these people keep coming to this country. You can't. You ain't gonna be able to fix this country if you let too many people come over here. They got to cut the borders off totally so that they can fix what problems they already got instead of bringing problems on top of problems on top of problems. You got to cut it off somewhere. But the same way you got the Kush in Africa, you got the Trank here. Both of them devastating. Yes, they will. Here go the Trank. In the U.S. And here go the Kush. What's the difference? Look, same thing, ain't it? Trank in the U.S., Kush in Africa. That don't look like the same thing? Got them bent over like that? Oh, repatriation of Africa is out the question. All them blacks that went to Ghana is trying to get out of there. Why would you move to a war zone where they're going to be warned for natural resources? That don't even make no sense. Why would you go somewhere, if you go to Ghana and you said, you can go to America, I got a pass to go to America. I came here and they gave me this. You go. You know how many people are trying to get that to leave, that get the hell out of Ghana to trade places with you? If you could trade places with an African anywhere in Africa, and you go to Africa, they come here. You know how many millions of Africans that want to trade places with you to get the hell out of Africa? Man, don't nobody want to be in no Africa. Africa messed up, man. They're going to always say the same thing. Not all of it. They're always going to say that. But there's an interview with a sister been all over Africa. She said it's all messed up. She's trying to get out of there, but her son don't want to leave. She keeps saying her son don't want to leave. But her interview is a little phony because why she ain't telling the real truth why her son don't want to leave. You understand? Lady, you moved over there, you and your husband, your son in his 20s. You and your husband ready to go. Your son don't want to leave. What's keeping him there? She told me he feel like in America, his life is in danger. Lady, you lying. Your son is into something over there. And she was lying. Her son is either over there stuck in something, sex or substances. Because it ain't no way. He just want to be there. He doing something. Then she told me he don't go to sleep till 4 in the morning. I be reading between the lines. He don't got no job. She say he got a lot of money that she helped him get when he left. But she say he can't get on the interview. He ain't there and he don't go to bed till 4 in the morning. So what is he doing in Africa until 4 in the morning? And she think everybody's stupid. But her son probably got a boyfriend over there. They don't want to leave. Because there ain't no woman over there that's going to make you want to stay over there. There's women everywhere. In some kind of way, he emotionally attached to something. And the mama don't want to say. But I believe he got a boyfriend because he's a big-ass grown man with his mom and his daddy. And I got friends like that. Every time you look up, they got their son with them. Their son been with them. He 8, he 9, he 10, then he 20, then he 25, then he 29. He's still with his mama. You already know what's wrong with him. I ain't saying wrong, like nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, bro, you with your mama? Okay, we already know what it is. We already know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Because as soon as you get you a real queen like that, mommy out of here. She ain't going for that. So, I don't know. The only person that's going to go for you being under your mama is a boyfriend that really don't want to commit to you like that anyway. Y'all just doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Foundational Black Americans concentrate on some type of business. You know what I'm saying? Don't waste a lot of time trolling Africans. Like concentrate on what we can do to get our reparations, how we can build businesses, what we can get going, and just stay out the way because a lot of people getting ready to get deported. You know what I'm saying? Under the Trump administration, people getting kicked out. Stay out your ass out the way. I don't want to see no Black Americans out there protesting for none of these people. They got to protest for themselves. Don't y'all be out there protesting for Africans and Haitians and stuff like that. You know, you ain't got to be against them, but don't be out there. Why we always jumping out there like that? Don't nobody be jumping out there for us. Let people handle their own problem. Every time we got a problem, we on our own. Hell, we get white people protest with us before other blacks. Tell me I'm lying. When one of us get unalive or something, we have these big marches, it be white people out there. It don't be no Africans or Caribbeans or nobody but us and some white people. Tell me I'm lying. And our plight and stuff happen. It never be on no African news, no Jamaican news or nothing. They don't report nothing that happened to us. It's like they don't care. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me what happened to us that'd be a big deal for other black people. Nothing. Nothing. They don't never stand with us. That's the disgrace about Africa. You know, they supposed to still be the big homie for all the blacks on the planet. But then the fact they don't stick together, it's unrealistic to think a bunch of countries that ain't even standing together to protect their continent themselves and control their continent, they some lames anyway. That you let people come and manipulate your continent, and you the richest continent in the world, and you broke starving and gang banging, and you just let people come in there and just pimp you because you trying to be a billion different types of tribes, like some goofies. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Like some goofies, you all this different stuff. You 100 different types of you 100 different types of tribes, and every one of them losing. If I was 100, if I was 300 tribes and we all losing, I'd be like, this ain't working. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Well, you want to be a whole bunch of 3,000 loser tribes? Like none of you run nothing. You know what I'm saying, Goshen? How you happy with being tribes, but all the tribes is losing? None of the tribes run nothing. Only the president and his puppets got money, and they always up in Europe. This is a fact. The only people have money is the sellout presidents, and they don't never be in Africa. They be in Europe. And when they want the Africans to see them, they fly in, they get on the helicopter for the airport, they land inside of their little castle, whatever. Then they come outside like they've been there. And they ain't even been there. They don't even be there. They don't. The people be there on their own. Putin said, African presidents only go to Africa to die. That's what Putin said. He said, other than that, they up here. They go to the doctor up here. They shop up here. They live. They go to the doctor, and they shop in Europe. Their children in Europe got fancy cars in Europe. That one country, his son up there got 32 cars, and that's where they kids be. They be in Europe and the United States. Mostly Europe because they can get home quicker. They don't even be in Africa. They don't. And Africa got the youngest population in the world. They misusing them short. Them is all like teenagers. Like the average age in Africa is 15 years old. Look it up. 15. Multi-millions of 15-year-olds with no hope or nothing. And they be over there pimping them. The pimp game is so strong. So the old dudes there, they be pimping out the kids. You know, I used to be going live on Instagram. And I was on Instagram one time, and some African kids came into my live. And it was like, we love you so much. We love you. We love you so much. We love you. You're like a father to us. We love you. We love you. I wonder what the hell they talk about. So I'm like, all right, cool. I started talking to them, right? So that while I'm talking to them, they go out the live. Then they come back in the live. I'm talking to them. And they make a mistake, and there's this older brother there, this dude that's about 50-something, and they around him, and he looking like this in the camera. I said, oh, that's who they pimp. That's who they trying to get money from. So this old mean dude you could see was evil, had these boys on social media begging for money, but he didn't want to go get the money. So the next day, the boy started DMing me. And he said, we love you so much, and I love you so much. Can you send me $50? He said, you like a father to me. Can you send me $50? And he kept asking. I said, no, I can't send you no $50. He said, I hate you. He said, I hate you. You're nothing to me. You're no father to me. You're nothing. That's what he said. When I said I didn't want to send him $50, but I knew I was sending it to the pimp, and they be having them children begging. You know what I'm saying? I think the other day I watched somebody in Africa, and he said that when they was walking down the street, he said 3 girls just came and grabbed him. He was walking down the street, and the girls wouldn't let go. And he's like, I was walking, but these girls wouldn't let me go. And it was nighttime. He like, it's like 12 midnight. And these little girls, like 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, and they just holding on to him, smiling, 11 years old, somewhere in there. And he said, they wouldn't let me go. So when he got off the line, somebody else came in the line and said, oh, they was prostituting for somebody, and they had to have that money. And they needed you to get them some money to take back to their pimp. I said, are you kidding me? So they got like begging, and like them girls probably would have did anything or took you somewhere and you got, you know what I'm saying? Real talk. All up in Liberia and everywhere, man, they got children. Yeah, children prostitutes. Yes, lots of them. South Africa, girls be in the club, they like 15, 16. They in the club. Prostitution is big in Africa. Male too. Yeah, Europeans and Asians be going there, and Black Americans too. Y'all remember that dude? It was a dude that always would come in my life, and he was always talking about he was in some country, and he was always talking about like he was 69 or something, and he would always be talking about he was with a lady. No, he wasn't with no lady. He was with, you know who he was with? He was with somebody underage. He kept talking, and I put the pieces together. He was over there paying. After not getting no money, he said, I hate you. Remember him? He was on one of these islands or something, and that's what he was really in. He was doing. He was paying for some women. You know what I'm saying? He would come on a couple times, and he was talking weird. I mean, he said he liked him a little young. He sure did. Yep, that's what he over there doing. That's what they be doing. They be going out there doing weirdo stuff, exploiting people. You know what I'm saying? India, Africa, anywhere where they can find poverty, they go and exploit them. You know what I'm saying? They be exploiting them. Coming to America and Black Panther. I mean, they'll go back and find out the hard way what's going on. They got money, yeah, and they had like their little retirement money, G-Rod. And the reason they go, they ain't got no money, but over there it's a lot of money. So a lot of brothers and sisters, the only reason they like to come to a place like the Caribbean and Africa is because they little bit of money is a lot of money over there. That little bit of money they got ain't nothing over here. But they can go to Africa, and now they can exploit people. You know, 200 US dollars in Africa is a lot of money. In Ghana, it's a lot of money. My boy said, like, where was he at? I think he was in Senegal. He said he went to Senegal, and when he turned his money in, and they gave him the money, the Senegalese money, he said he felt like he was rich. He said, man, Pharaoh, you should see how much money they gave me back. He said, man, I felt rich. And then he said, I felt unsafe because they gave me too much money. I couldn't put it in my pocket. He couldn't put it in his pocket. He had to put it in a big ass bag. He said he felt like he would get robbed. He said $3,500 and he was a millionaire. He said, I think he said 3,700. He said, Pharaoh, if you go to the bank there, you turn in $3,700, you'll have $1 million. You'll be a millionaire. But this was back. It might not be like that now. This was back in the 80s. My boy JJ went over there. He came back with a big old worm in his stomach, though. He drank the water and he got a worm in his stomach, and it kept growing, a long worm like parasite. And every time they would go in there and pull it out, it would break in half and then grow back another 3 feet. And it almost killed him. And finally, they got it out. And he was like, he made a mistake. He shouldn't have drank water. If you go over there, drink Pepsi or Coke. Drink something in a can that come from another country. Don't drink no water. That's what he told me. You go to Africa, don't drink no water. Under no circumstances. That's what he told me. Just 10K in Liberia. Yup. It's 1,700,000. Yup. And that's why people be going over there, G-Rod. They don't be caring about the brothers and sisters. They be exploiting the brothers and sisters. They be exploiting them. No, they got some bugs over there, like Asiatic Supreme. They got parasites over there we don't have. No, it was a real, some type of creature. You know what I'm saying? That got in there. It was a real creature. Every time they pulled it out and they was trying to take their time, it would snap, then it would grow. And they had to get it out before it grew the whole length of his body and killed him. He was messed up, man. JJ was in the hospital a long time. Long time. It was like my OGs, him and a brother named Ojinky. Ojinky like the oldest roster in L.A. And JJ, they had both been in Vietnam. So they was always telling me stop talking about war. You know what I'm saying? This is all a big mess. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't really happy to see brothers and sisters get deported. But it's going to happen because the economy's struggling and certain lifestyles is kind of like a plague or something, like the lifestyle. You know, certain lifestyles will come and people will have their little lifestyles. Certain lifestyles will take over your whole, take over area and change the whole demographic of the area. And the way them Somalis is coming in, they not good for business. Like, who gonna want to go there if you got the place looking like Mogadishu and you got the place looking like some third world? Nobody gonna want to go to Minneapolis. Minneapolis already struggling trying to figure out how to get some money. They only get money because they got like those kind of states like that. They be having like tractor manufacturers and stuff there, and that's how they make their money. They don't really have no big, huge population like that. They can't afford for you to uproot the image of the state and the city. They'll go broke. So they got to get them people out of there. It's very unsightly, and it's like they bring that third world type of thing with them. That's why you can only bring in a few people at a time. You can't bring a whole bunch of people from nowhere. They're going to mess the country up. That's what happened to L.A. when too many Mexicans came. They never talk about how many shots you have to have. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to look it up now. You need several shots. The exact number depends on the destination, activities, and duration. Generally expect a hepatitis A, B, a typhoid, tetanus, polio, MMR, and potentially yellow fever, rabies, meningitis, and malaria pills. Hell no. Get the hell out of here. Now, see what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Stop. Stop. Come on. I pass. It ain't that serious. That's why I ain't going. And then if you're a rebel or a revolutionary, you're gonna let them shoot you up. They'll be like, "Oh, this Pharaoh, yeah, this is him." Okay, give him 4950C. Don't give him 50B. Give him 50C. 50C. Next thing you know, I'm out of here. Look, you need several shots for Africa, but the exact number depends on your destination. If you go, that's crazy. Activities and duration, right? That's crazy, right? Hell no. Generally expect hepatitis A, B, typhoid, tetanus, tetanus polio, MMR, and potentially yellow fever, rabies, meningitis, and malaria pills, plus routine boosters. So you got to get boosters constantly. So plan a consultation 4 to 6 weeks before departure to get personalized advice from a travel doctor. Key vaccinations to discuss with your doctor: hepatitis A and B, contaminated food, water, and body fluids, typhoid, common for rural areas and smaller cities, yellow fever, required for entry from some countries. A single shot provides lifelong protection. So that's going to be in your body for the rest of your life, a yellow fever shot. Meningitis, especially important when visiting the meningitis belt parts of West Africa. Meningitis belt, see, why no Pan Africans don't tell me about the meningitis belt? Rabies, recommended for high risk activities, hiking, animal contact, or if access to care is limited. So you got to get a rabies shot. Cholera may be recommended for certain areas, often via oral vaccine, routine boosters. Ensure you're up to date on the measles, tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis, flu, and chicken pox. Medication, you're going to need malaria. Prescription pills are essential for malaria prone regions. Come on, bro. Stop. Hold on. See what I'm saying? Where the Pan Africans don't never say none of this. That's why SETI goofy ass ain't never going to Africa. He just talking. He's running his mouth, man. I wish he'd shut up, boy. Boy, shut it up, boy. Hold up. Check this out. See? Look, check this out. Hey, y'all, we just digging. We ain't, you know what I'm saying? Look at this here. Look, the meningitis belt. Why we don't know about that? Is a region across sub-Saharan Africa from Senegal to Ethiopia, highly prone to seasonal epidemics of bacterial meningitis, especially meningococcal meningitis. During the dry seasons, linked to climate factors like dust, humidity, and dispopulation in close contact, causing severe illness, high fatality, and long-term disability. Though vaccines are reducing the burden, bruh. See? That's why I don't like them people that be going to Africa, taking them trips. They don't never tell us None of that. You ever notice that? You can't trust people when they take trips. Facts. I'm one of the few people that moved to Hawaii and tell you everything wrong with Hawaii. But most people, they lived in Hawaii, they'll tell you Hawaii great, Hawaii this, Hawaii is heaven. I seen Jesus in Hawaii and Moses was born in Hawaii. And if you go to Hawaii, you can fly and it's magical and it's great and it's beautiful. They ain't gonna tell you like I'm gonna tell you, it's homeless people in Hawaii. Hawaii ain't all that great like that. Okay? The local people don't like blacks. They're racist in Hawaii. And if you go to Hawaii, you ain't gonna be dominated by Hawaiians, you're gonna be dominated by Japanese. And those Japanese I encountered in Hawaii were some of the most racist people ever. And you never knew that Japanese was as racist as they are. And Japanese don't like no other Asians. They don't like Chinese, not all, but typically. They don't like Chinese. They don't like Filipinos. They don't like nobody. They don't like whites. They don't like black. Typically, Japanese don't like nobody. That's what I experienced when I was there. Nobody gonna tell you that. They're gonna tell you da 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 da. They always tell you this is the beautifulest thing ever. They always tell you all that. It's racist as hell. You're around a bunch of Portuguese and Japanese, right? All of them speaking from Tanzania. Tanzania, the same thing. All them African countries. Man, listen. When you go to warm climates, right, there's an increase of diseases. All right? The best place to live to avoid diseases is climates that have 4 seasons. Winter kills diseases. Okay? Winter washes away infectious territory. You understand? Mosquitoes have to go away. They can't just be there year after year. Winter come, boom, everything got to get a do-over. Snow come, the snow washes everything. 2 things clean your environment, rain and snow. But rain does not clean like snow. The cleanest environment you can get is an environment where it snows. When the snow goes, it's as clean as it gets. Because the ice, the snow a lot of times turns to ice. It sits there and all the dirt and stuff goes into the ice. When the ice melts, all that stuff rinses away. And the area has been totally disinfected. Then the next thing that comes after ice is rain. So we have winter, and then we have what? Spring. And what do spring do? Wash the rest of it away. So if you come to Chicago this spring, you're going to see the most beautiful city you ever seen in your life because it's snow. It's a snow on the ground out there. And when that snow go, it's going to be so clean. The streets going to be so clean. The sidewalks are going to be so clean. Clean. Beautiful. Air fresh. And the green is beautiful. The green is as green as it gets. because those trees get to drink all that water from that ice and from that rain. So it's just about as beautiful as it could get. Spring in Chicago is the most beautiful place in the United States by far. Especially you go downtown, you see the river and the lake. Nobody got no river and no lake that run together. And Lake Michigan is basically a little ocean. So there's an ocean in the middle of the city because you can't see the other side of Lake Michigan. It looked like an ocean. And Michigan is way over there. You can't see it. But the winter cleans everything. It stops certain parasites from taking over. As we get in global warming, ticks are spreading. So this snow we just got in Chicago is protecting us. We ain't gonna have no ticks this spring. We ain't gonna have no ticks. But ticks are spreading because of global warming. And they saying, I don't know if this is true, that weirdo that's doing all the experimental stuff, that he made a tick that if it bites you, it make you don't want to eat meat. So they say if you get a bit by these ticks, you ain't gonna want to eat no meat. Who's the crazy dude that want to do everything? The little weird dude with the glasses on. Him. They say he released his own ticks. I don't know why they don't lock him up. I don't know why they don't lock him up. Yeah, Gates, Bill Gates. So they said he released his own ticks. Hold on. This is why my lives be so long. And releases his own mosquitoes. How does he get to do this? They say it's a false conspiracy theory. They say that's not true. But the Lone Star tick causes a condition called alpha-gal syndrome, which leads to an allergy to red meat, pork, and lamb. This is because the tick transmit a sugar molecule called alpha-gal, which can trigger an allergic reaction when a person eats mammalian meat. They call it mammalian meat. You don't want to get bit by this thing. It's going to make you sick if you eat meat. The Lone Star tick. And look, to back up what I'm telling y'all, yes, ticks are spreading across the U.S., expanding their range and increasing in population, partly due to climate change and habitat shifts, leading to a greater risk of tick-borne illnesses like Lyme disease and new tick threats like the Lone Star tick and Asian longhorn tick affecting livestock and potentially humans, necessitating vigilance with repellents, proper clothing, and immediate tick checks. So spray a bunch of, spray a bunch of chemicals. You see how these people are? Now, a bunch of people coming from Africa is not going to really help either. Because if they, you know what I'm saying? So this is the Asian longhorn tick. Okay, let's look at this. Now, the Asian longhorn tick, symptoms in humans bitten by the Asian longhorn tick include general flu-like symptoms such as a fever, headache, muscle aches, and fatigue. Depending on the specific pathogen the tick is carrying, more severe symptoms can develop, such as rash, loss of appetite, nausea, and potentially more serious conditions like anaplasmosis and ehrlichiosis, a severe fever with thrombocytopenia syndrome. All because they ain't taking care of the environment. You can't win for these people, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to end this. Don't get to hating on the Africans, though. But definitely, I think America didn't do right with their border. They used to check you for ticks, yeah, in the rural areas, yeah, they did. You know, the way they dealt with the border, the way they let the people in. I think it was a mistake to let in a bunch of people from any country where the terrorism is too bad or fanatical Islam. I don't think you should let them into the country, you know. And there should be limits on how much they could change. They shouldn't be able to come to a U.S. city and make it an Islamic state and start playing Islamic music all through the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't be able to do that because you're not really an immigrant. You're trying to take over. You can't say you're trying to come here for a better life and you blast all over everybody like we don't do that with nothing. How you gonna come do something with your religion that we don't do with none other religion? You don't hear nobody blasting no Christian music. Show me in America where you hear Christian music on a loudspeaker, the Lord Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Show me any city you go in America, you can hear that. You know, and these people, if they going to come over here, they need to come over here and adapt to this lifestyle. Don't bring that shit you got over there. You said you want to come to the USA. If you want the USA to be like where you from, why don't you stay where you at if that's how you like it? If that's how you like it, stay there. Don't flee from nowhere and bring your problems and bring your lifestyle here if you fleeing from where you at. This is bogus. How you fleeing somewhere, but bring the place you flee here? Yeah, you got to drop your flag. You got to drop your flag and you got to drop your lifestyle if it's going to be in public. You can dress the way you want to dress, but you cannot infringe your religion on nobody. I know I wouldn't get along with fanatic Muslims. We wouldn't get along because they always talking about the sword, and we don't do swords. So I wouldn't get along with them like that, infringing on my life. I'm going to tell you straight like that. Like, we're not doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care nothing about your God like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even dealing with my God right. So you know I ain't dealing with yours. You know my God go on the back burner. What I want to do, I gonna do. And we'll just discuss it on Judgment Day. You know what I'm saying? I don't really deal with, you know what I'm saying? I don't really deal with God like that. I don't like God fear. You know what I'm saying? That just irritates me. I don't like nobody trying to scare me, try to use God to scare me. I don't know what they be doing in Somalia. Well, in Somalia, they do what they told to do because they up under a terrorist regime. So they and those certain countries like that, you got to do what you told to do. When you in religious fanatical territory, you got to do what they tell you to do. And when they say get on your knees, you got to get on your knees. If they tell you it's time, they tell you it's time to get on your knees, they live and you say they live and they pass away from the sword. Not in Chicago. In Chicago, they live or they get smoked, with the tank tag, That's why they need to stay over there. If they want to pass away with the sword, they got to stay in the pass away with the sword area. This Chirac. We don't do swords over here. I don't do no swords. We don't do no swords, buddy. You know what I'm saying? You go get hurt, you know what I'm saying? We don't do that. We trying to chill, you know what I'm saying? So to me, it's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna try to holler at your daughter. I'm gonna try to unwrap her off all that stuff. Say, baby, your daddy tripping. You ain't gotta be wrapped up like that. And see, then they're not gonna like me because I'm gonna be the unwrap. I'm gonna be the hit their daughter. She gonna fall in love. I'm gonna unwrap her, and they gonna be mad because they want her back wrapped up. I don't want my baby wrapped up no more. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be mad when I unwrap her. You know what I'm saying? They be trying to tell me, and then she get pregnant on my daughter, they gonna want my wife and my daughter to be all wrapped up. But this my wife, this daughter. You used to be her daddy. She don't mess with you no more. You've been canceled. She's this is my baby now. She grown. Listen, but this Chicago, we with all that. We not with off with your head. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they can't be over here, because they went off with your head and we into putting something in your head. It's a whole different over there. Your head gonna still be there, but gonna be something in it. You know what I'm saying? We got, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that ain't gonna work with us. We violent and stuff. We got gangs and stuff. We don't do swords. That's why I said we don't do swords. The swords always lose to the other thing. The sword gonna lose. The sword gonna lose. The sword gonna lose all the time. Why they don't go to war with the swords then? Why we not doing swords? You know what I'm saying? So I can't, you know what I'm saying? Because if I see a pretty lady and she like me, we get to mess around, we get to knock her boots or whatever, and she fall in love with me, then she gonna get unwrapped. You know what I'm saying? Her daddy, it is what it is. It's this Chicago. His daddy get chased out of Chicago. Oh God. You know what I'm saying? Man, your daddy, we're gonna say F her daddy, ain't it? Man, your daddy, you know what I'm saying? The Chicago. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So me and her daddy walk up and say, listen, Mustafa, man, your business, man. You think this is punk? You know what I'm saying? This ain't Arabia, boy. Woo, whoa, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna go bad. You know what I'm saying? Then she'll be like, but that's my father. I was like, listen, you gotta choose. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing what your daddy was talking about no more. That's over with. You know what I'm saying? He should have never brought you to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? He should have kept you in Iran or Iraq or over there or somewhere where they honor that. We don't honor that. On GDP device, we don't honor none of that like that. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. She's gonna be like, so I can put on the bathing suit, baby. We at the beach. You don't gotta be all wrapped up. We at the beach. You can put on a bathing suit. You at the beach. What? You can't get in the water with all that on. You liable to drown. You know what I'm saying? But my daddy, listen, I already told you, F your daddy. You know what I'm saying? Think about your daddy. You know what I'm saying? Whoop, whoop your daddy. And I'll boop, boop, boop your daddy. You know how Chicago get out. Come on, bro. Your daddy, boy. Come on. We'll do your daddy dirty, girl. You know what I'm saying? Yo, deity. Girl, you grown. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be around them because if they cute, imagine I see a really fine Somalian. Come on, man. I'm not honoring nothing. I'm trying to holler at her. You know what I'm saying? And she's single and stuff. And she talking about, well, you know, my traditions. I said, so you ain't gonna let me see nothing? She's like, well, I guess. Man, don't worry, I ain't gonna tell them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell them. You know, you could, you know what I mean? You in America now, babe. You ain't in Shalalabama or wherever you from. You ain't there no more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I ain't her daddy, Paul. That, you know, I ain't never no woman's daddy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never no woman's daddy. They, you know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with the P to the E to the D to the O. So we not doing that. I ain't your daddy. You know, don't call me daddy. You know what I'm saying? It's king and queen over here. It ain't no daddy and daughter. That's just not my daughter. You know, she can't. I can't be her daddy like she my daughter. Oh no, no, no. We not doing. I'm not doing my daughter. Okay, now, you know what I'm saying? Don't call me daddy. You know what I'm saying? Uh uh. I ain't your daddy. Your daddy's a punk. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even want to be your daddy. You know what I'm saying? We got a message. Well, I want to be a daddy. A daddy a buster. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be him. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. I ain't trying to diss nobody religion. I'm just saying that won't work for me. I ain't trying to diss your religion. I respect your religion, but if I see a lady I like, I get to hollering at, I'm going to cancel all that. You know what I'm saying? She going to wake up the next morning. I got a new attitude. She going to be different. Different. She gonna wake up listening to 2 Chainz. I'm different, yeah, I'm different. She gonna wake up on something else, all that over with. Yeah, that's over with. You know what I'm saying? She said she wanna live her life. She gonna, Daddy, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to live my life. I'm with Pharaoh now and he loves me. You know? Y'all know they get you know what I'm saying? So I can't be around them because they got some fine women. They just all wrapped up. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we be rapping and we be rapping so that we can unwrap. You know what I'm saying? The whole rap is designed to unwrap. So that ain't gonna even work. That's not gonna even work. They be done got at me. They see me trying to holler at one of them ladies. You know what I'm saying? If I ain't assalamu alaikum, they're gonna be like, bro, you cannot talk to a woman. You know, straight up. Then you know I'm gonna have to be like, man, she her own woman, punk. You know what I'm saying? Who is you? I am her father. Oh, okay. She grown. How old is she? But our traditions, hey, you know you in the US, right? Yo, you left your traditions when you got on the plane, punk. You know, you left your traditions back in Siberia had, or wherever you came from, bro. That's your traditions stayed over there. We don't honor that over here. You been left, yo. You should have stayed where it was traditional at. What you come over here for? You know what I'm saying? We ain't traditional. But I guess, you know what the hell? That ain't gonna work. They not gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? They not gonna make it. Like you gotta come over here, you gotta, you know what I'm saying, you gotta adapt or you gotta live like in Chinatown. Where you can wear your Chinese shoes and everything Chinese. But even the Chinese, when they leave Chinatown, they just be regular people. They don't come out in the world with no weird Chinese stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what you come to America for, to melting pot, to leave some of that stuff behind. You know, America, we don't really like fanatical Islam. We look negative on it. It's too much of a change of a lifestyle. We don't really like that. I know I ain't supposed to say that and be honest, but we don't. We respect Islam as long as you deal with it like everybody else religion. But when it get fanatical and then you start to want to put it in the streets and out in the world to affect everybody else's lifestyle, you going too far. You're going too far. Keep that in your mosque and keep that in your house. You understand? Period. You cannot bring that into no country like that. You know, you can't bring that to the United States. It's never going to work. That's never going to work in the United States. Trying to take over cities, have Sharia law and all that. We already got laws. We already got FBI. We already got police and sheriffs. What law? You can't just bring no foreign laws to the United States. They should have made you pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. They should have made you take the Pledge of Allegiance. No, they let you try to come and bring another country lifestyle to this country that don't mingle with everybody else. We can't get along with your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is intrusive and fanatical. And you think you the baddest mug on the block, and you not. You only the baddest black person on the block over in Bukistan somewhere. Boy, in Chicago, you ain't nothing. I don't give a damn what your religion is, bro. You better chill. So we don't got that here in Chicago. We don't got nobody getting all out their body. You keep that in the temple, in the mosque, and in the church. Oh, my soul. You can't come outside with that here. I don't know what y'all do in them other cities. But in Chicago, you got to keep that where that's at. You ain't finna make us uncomfortable because you got a religion. You understand? Period. You got to keep your religion to yourself. You ain't finna change everybody's lifestyle because you got religion, because of your God. You know what I'm saying? Unless you want to go see him. You want to go see your God, shut up talking to me. You know what I'm saying? You love Allah. You must really love Allah playing with me. We can hook that up. You know what I'm saying? We can hook you Allah up if you don't get off my face. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't got no problem with no religion. They'll get Sharia law. No, they ain't gonna get no Sharia law. That ain't gonna happen. The Jews got limited stuff they could do. They can do them little sacrifices, stuff like that. They can't initiate no type of law like that up there in New York. It's limited. It's limited what them Jews could do in New York. All that stuff they do, they got to go inside they temple and do that stuff. You are not going to see them Jewish people outside with all of that. If you come to Chicago, you see the Jewish people, they're very quiet. They're very quiet. They're not intrusive. They walk down the street, they have their little hats on and stuff with the little things. You know what I'm saying? And they're not intrusive. The Jewish people's cool. They really keep their religion to themselves. They quiet. Go to anybody that been in Skokie will tell you. Them Jewish in Skokie, they're very quiet. The streets is very quiet. When the children get out of school, they walk home quietly. They're not intrusive. The Jewish people are not intrusive. They do their stuff off to themselves. They never push that on the American public. Never. Never. They keep it amongst themselves. That's a fact. I ain't never known the Jewish people to do that. I ain't never known them to be as intrusive as some of the Islamic fanatics. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen them do. I ain't never seen them do all that. They ain't never been no problem. But you gotta understand the Jewish people, they run stores and stuff, so they can't be fanatical. They run away business. They do business. They do big business. That big camera store in New York, those the Jewish people run that. They'll run everybody out of there. They ain't functioning like they ain't messing up their money with that. You understand? So Jewish people is cool. They don't be, overdoing it. I think them people that's trying to bring that fanatical Islam over here, that ain't gonna work. That is just not gonna work because it's gonna go against you saying you want to be an American citizen. So when you say you want to be an American citizen and then you come do stuff that's anti-American citizen like, people gonna be like, well, what did you want to come over here for? Nobody wants you coming to their country when you want to change it to your country. Everybody gonna say, well, why you just didn't stay where you was at? Why are you coming over here trying to change over here when you could have stayed where you was at with that? So that's not gonna work. Nobody's gonna let you leave your country and bring your country to their country. Nobody's gonna let you do that. And look at all the money been stolen. And look at Minneapolis now. It's lost all type of prestige and everything. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take how long to build that area back up so it won't be like no because now it's like a third world country. Real talk. They took a nice state and a nice city and trashed it, basically. Yet what's phony is they do all this over the top Islamic stuff. But then they steal a lot of money and they living in big houses. They buying Bentleys. This was phony. You super religious. You super holy. But you steal money and you buying Benzes and Bentleys and stuff. And Teslas. You living like a sinner, but you coming outside this holy Muslim. But you got all the Babylon trinkets. Make that make some sense. You buying everything that got nothing to do with Islam, but you the most holy person. And the first thing you want to do is do everything what the people you say is satanic, is evil, is follow the devil. You want everything they buy, everything they sell in the name of Islam. But you are super Islamic. Make that make sense. That don't make no sense. Not to me. You got the head wrap on to look one way, but you're trying to live another way. You want the head wrap on to give the holier than thou impression, but you want all material things. You want to have the fake holy religious look. They're gonna tell you don't make no eye contact with the woman. Hey man, get her out of here. Put some sunglasses on her then. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you bring over here for? Yes, they are. It's all fake and phony. Cause look who she married. Anybody that had $1. And he can do whatever he want to her. He ain't gotta do none of that Islamic stuff to her. He ain't gotta do none of that. With that little phony ass. 1 minute she ain't black. You know, they ain't African. You know, they was the only country in Africa besides them Arabs up there in Egypt. Say they not black, they not African. They not African. You know what I'm saying? He gonna dump her anyway when she go to jail because she going to jail. She going to prison. Man, them people going to prison up there. They going to prison. That's for sure. They going to prison. Sometimes you do crazy stuff and sometimes your timing be off. And if you do a bunch of crazy stuff and you look up and Trump happened to be your president and he catch you and he can exploit you to hide his crimes, you basically then F8 and F-O'd. You know what I'm saying? Basically, them people, them Somalians, then F8 and F-O'd. Okay? They did F8 and F-O'd. And it's going to go all bad. Good luck. Good luck. Because we are you, they, boy. They finna, boy, listen. Y'all know they messed up. Y'all did that with Trump. Y'all did see out there playing around and looked up and Trump ended up president. They started doing this before Trump was president. Then Trump president. And they didn't let him find out what they was doing. Now they going to prison. They going up under the prison. Up there scamming. You don't know about the Somali scam up in you don't know about the Somali scam up there in Minneapolis and Minnesota? Where you been? I mean, from the look of your picture, I can't understand why you don't understand. So you don't know what's going on up there? Go Google it and come back. Google Somali Minneapolis. Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, he over there on Kick. I'm finna get rid of him over there. It's a lot of trolls on Kick. What's up to everybody on Kick? There's some cool people on Kick. But it's some it's some weirdos too. Let me see. Is that what he on? No, he on Twitch. Let me get rid of him. He on Twitch. I don't know if y'all can see him. I don't even know where to find him at. There you go. There you go. Yeah, let me look, bro. You go get another account and come back. Get you another account, all right, and come back. He'll get another account and come back. I got Twitch, I got Kick over here, and there'd be a lot of trolls over there. You already know, beefy, dirty. So that's it. That's all I want to talk about. That we did 5 hours on. I wasn't expecting to do that much. I'm definitely gonna have to come back and talk about that some more. They slow. I don't know why you would name someplace in Minnesota Little Mogadishu. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. And the governor, he's probably going to prison. He's probably going to prison. This is going to definitely be something we'll be talking about for a while because this is not going to end no time soon. This is a disaster. And when the taxpayers find out that these people then messed up $8 billion of taxpayers' dollars, it's going to be hell to pay. That's a lot of money, taxpayer dollars, that they done let some people come in there and mess up. And Minnesota's a beautiful state because of the lakes. They're right there with the lakes. It's beautiful. And it really could be used for something more positive, right? So it really could be used for something a lot more positive. But they don't let them people go in there and ruin it. You know what I'm saying? Basically. And this person said they're exercising their freedom of speech. Nobody has a problem with freedom of speech, but you can't change the lifestyle of the country. You still have to respect the lifestyle of the country. You can't change the lifestyle of a country. You have to come in and you have to get in where you fit in when you come to a country. Something that Mexicans been able to do very well, but they feel like the Venezuelans ain't going to do a good job. That's why they don't like the Venezuelans, because too many came in and they might try to change the fabric of the country. The Haitians, they definitely going to get rid of the Haitians. I don't feel like the Haitians was no big problem, but the Haitians stay too separate and don't have no backup. And so when you black like that and you don't come and you don't link in with foundational Black Americans, you just left out there on your own and they're going to get rid of you. So the Haitians making the same mistake the Africans made. They coming in here based on like nationality and countries, but they don't understand that America's based on race. There is no Haitian, there is no African, there's nothing. There's blacks, whites, Hispanic, Asian. That's it. And so the worst thing you could do for Black immigrants is not be Black. If you come and you try to be some type of African, you're going to be out there by yourself. You ain't going to have no backup, and they're going to throw you out. Because this country only deals with race. This country does not deal with different nationalities and country. It don't go like that. And these Africans came up here and didn't realize they Black. You never going to be a Somalian here. You're going to always be Black here. And soon as they find out you don't got the back blacking, They're not backing. They're not scared of you. You don't got no backing. It's 50 million foundational Black Americans. If you don't got our backing, you out here butt naked. And they're going to throw you out. As soon as they say, they're going to ask, do the Black Americans mess with them? No. Okay, throw them out. I'm telling you, they're going to check to see if you in good favor with us. If you're not in good favor with us, they're not going to be afraid of you. You're out. I'm going to say this only. White American politicians are watching foundational Black Americans. And white politicians that love America love the concept of foundational Black Americans. They love that concept. They like that. They like the concept of foundational Black Americans more than African Americans. The United States government and the whites that mostly run this country love the concept of foundational Black Americans. They like that. They like that a lot. I'm telling you. Tyreek hit a grand slam with that one when he brought that one to our attention. They like that. That's why that lady said, we got to help the Blacks first. We owe them. We don't owe y'all nothing. That's why she said that. They love that. Because they know our history, and so they accept that. And white America is all entwined with Black America. You can't untwine that. You can't get rid of that because our connection came through sports. Sports. Jackie Robinson and all that. And in America, they love a team. They don't give a damn who own it. If you win, they love their team. They love the Black dude on the team. They love the white dude on the team. When they win the Super Bowl, they love the whole team, not just the white ones. Seriously. In America, sports what helped America break down the racial barrier. That's a fact. They want an autograph from their favorite athlete. They don't give a damn what color he is. They want an autograph. If you their favorite and you won for their city, they want an autograph. And foundational Black Americans and the whole thing with reparations was a way to settle everything. And they're going to give us that money. She definitely said that. She definitely said that. Because she know we ain't beefing. We're not beefing with white Americans. We don't beef with white Americans. Because when the Bears play and win, Blacks in Chicago gonna love that coach and gonna love that quarterback and gonna love everybody on that team. I'm telling you how we get out in America. It's go Bears. And the way they winning, we don't deal with if they catch you outside messing with that coach, you're gonna get beat up. Yes. If some white men was out there harassing that white coach and Black Bear fans seen them, they jumping in. If white and Black Bear fans see them, they both jumping in. Because sports quietly really help in all that. It brought a sense of pride to your city instead of all the foolishness. It's go Chicago, it's go New York, it's go San Diego, like that. It's go Colorado, like that. And so we've been listening to music, each other's music and all that for years. So Black Americans and white Americans, we like that already. We already got a history. We got a long history. We know all their hit songs. They know all our hit songs. I got all the Pink Floyd and all that shit back there. And I used to go to rock concerts. Facts. Me and two of my friends, three of us, we used to go to rock concerts and be the only blacks there. And because we was going to the concert and liked the music, everybody we didn't have no enemies. Because everybody likes you when you like their music, when you like their food. People like that. If you go to Hawaii, they offer you their food, they want to know, how is it? And when you like it, they just love it. And so America is already built and set in stone. Black power, Pan Africans is outdated. They outdated. Nobody listen to that shit no more. Nobody doing that white man is the devil stuff no more. That stuff is outdated. Nobody ain't doing that. We're not doing no white people, all that no more. We're not doing that. That's outdated. What we doing now is whoever mess up, straighten them up. If they're in Chicago, they out of line, straighten them up. If they're wherever they at, we don't care what color they is. If they ain't doing the job, they got to get straightened out. You ain't getting no pass. Here we got a black mayor. A lot of us voted for him. We don't like him. We don't care if we voted for him. We don't like dude. We don't care if he black. We don't care if he green. We don't care if he white. We don't care none of that. Bro, do the job. We could be pink. We don't give a damn. We put you in there to do the job. You ain't getting no pass because you black, bro. You didn't even win because you was black. You won because it was all blacks running. Basically, it was only one white person running, and he had already been a failure and messed up a lot of money, so he didn't have a chance anyway. But you ran against all blacks. It's like 8, 9 blacks running for mayor. And he ain't do the job. He got to go. And if a white dude run and he can do a good job and get the city popping, everybody going to vote for him. They're going to vote for whoever gets the city popping. Period. And like I tell y'all, city politics and state politics is different than federal politics. But in this particular situation, Trump was the best choice, even though he do a lot of criminal stuff. His son just got all that money. Y'all see his son got all that money from the government. All that's got to get straightened out. But overall, the way he's dealing with policies and stuff, and the way he's getting all these immigrants out of here, he's following what Obama was doing. Because really, they ain't really want to tell that Trump ain't doing nothing that Obama wouldn't have did. Obama had them people in cages, and they was like, he got people in cages. Obama was tight on immigration, tight. And Biden, I ain't gonna say Biden was a bad president. I would say Biden was too old, so he wasn't even present to be a president. That's what I would say about Biden. Biden wasn't there. He wasn't there to do the job. So I can't say he did a bad job because he wasn't. I don't believe he was there doing no job. They should have made him sit down. Like after about a year, they should have sat him down. You understand? If a person get in there and getting stuff done, then that's good. We don't care what they are. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not anti-LGBTQ or none of that. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't really pay no attention to anything that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm against putting any type of sex in the school. Man, stop putting sex in the school, man. our kids ain't ready to have sex. The school put sex in the school, but when your son get a girl pregnant, is the school gonna pay for the baby? So if the school ain't gonna pay for the baby, then stay out of sex if y'all ain't gonna pay. If y'all ain't gonna pay for the shots where they get STDs and all that, the school need to stay out of that type of shit. We don't want the school teaching sex. We want the school teaching reading, writing, math, robotics, and engineering. That's what we wanted the schools. Let me deal with sex with my children when I decide it's something to talk about. Because the way we do it is we let the men talk to the boys and we let the wives or the mamas talk to the girls. We don't talk to our daughters about sex. We let the mama do it. We don't do that. Mothers might tell their boys what not to do and stuff, but when they go into detail, even if mama's single, she gonna get her brother or somebody to talk to her son about the details. That's how we do it. We let the same sex handle it. But the family, not nobody up at the school. I don't want nobody at the school talking to my daughter about sex that might turn around and molest my daughter. You putting them in a position to make my daughter uncomfortable or vulnerable. Like we don't want nobody talk to our children about stuff that what only parents supposed to talk about. Y'all need to stand on that and get sex out the schools. We don't want our teachers teaching no LGBTQ or none of that. And our kids can't even read and can't do math. And you up in here teaching them about LGBTQ. And then your son come on, you say, Daddy at school, we was talking about LGBTQ. You say spell LGBTQ. He talking about L, okay, uh, 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 B. Boy, if you don't go in there and get a book, he can't even, boy, you can't spell LGBTQ. Boy, you know what I'm saying? He up at the school, they telling them all this gay stuff. You tell your sons, spell LGBTQ. He like, L? Yeah, that's right. Bro, are you asking me do LGBTQ start with an L? What is they teaching y'all? They teach you LGBTQ, but you can't spell LGBTQ. They can't spell, they can't read, they behind in math and everything, but they know how to do grown people stuff. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Stop with that. You know what I'm saying? You be 50 in January. You've been teaching sex ed for a while. That's a shame. That's a shame they had you teaching that. Yeah, that's a shame. Because blacks rank Americans rank like 15th in spell and math in the world and IQ. You know what I'm saying? Americans, man, listen, man. Listen. How they teaching all that, and Americans don't know nothing. Do anybody know? How they teaching all that, and Americans don't know nothing? Do anybody? Can anybody tell me that? How are they teaching sex education in the school? And look at Americans. Look at Americans. Show me the Americans. This is IQ rank. They teaching sex ed in the school. Right? Show me the Americans. Oh, you said no. I said they taught us sex ed when I was in school. Yeah, they did. They taught us sex ed. You're right. They tried to teach us sex ed, but our parents rejected it. Right? So when I started school, it was way back in the 60s, right? I'm born in 58. I started school in like 62, right? 63. And by the time I got like around, I think that was around fifth grade, they wanted to bring in sex education, but the parents said no. Right? So look at the top IQ in the world, top 25. Show me the United States. Show me the United States. And I got it from different years too. Look, top 11 countries, all Asian. Just look for yourself. This was from 2022. Top 11 countries. The top 6 is all Asian before you get to Finland and Germany now. But the top 6, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, South Korea. But they in there talking about a L, a G, a B, a T, and a Q. It make some sense. You understand? Make it make some look. Look. Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan. Look, Italy, Iceland, Mongolia, Switzerland, Austria, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway. You don't see America. You don't see America in the top 10. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You see what I'm saying? You don't see America in the top 10 with IQ. You don't see them in the top 25 in the more recent one. The top 25. America ain't there. He said, she said, America tried to dumb us down. Empress, America is dumb. Hey, baby. Hey, Empress. Are they trying to dumb us down or are they dumb? I believe they dumb. I don't believe it's intentional. I believe they're really stupid. What you think, Empress? That's my daughter's name, too. My daughter's name is Empress. Yeah, my daughter's name is Empress. Mm. He said we dumber than sheep. Y'all funny as hell. Failed to educate black children. Listen, this ain't got nothing to do with black people. Ain't no white people on the list. Nobody. This is America's dumb. Look, hey, Rob, if they was educating white people, they would be on the list. They ain't educating nobody. It's not even racial. They look at this. If they was educating white kids, they'd be on the list. White kids and black kids in America is dumber than everybody. I'm telling you. The country is majority white, so if the whites were smart, they'd be on the list. That's why race ain't gonna make it. We gotta fix the whole country. A lot of people waking up to that. They starting to see all these white on white shootings and black on black shootings. They're like, you know what? All our people crazy. We keep trying to figure which one's the most violent. Every time we look up, the blacks and the whites is shooting people like crazy. All of them is crazy. All of them. They keep trying to pick out which Americans is the craziest. I'm like, when y'all gonna get it? You know what I'm saying? Why y'all trying to keep picking out which Americans is the craziest, which one's doing the most bad stuff? Come on now. Come on. Just fix the whole country. Stop trying to fix this one and that one. Racism is whack, okay? When they gonna let that go? Racism is whack. When you're in a country, you got to make sure everybody's doing well. Racism is like this. Let's say my body's white and I take care of my body, but my hand is black. So I don't take care of my hand because it's black. But my body's white. So my hand get a sore on it. But it's black, so the hell with my hand. But my hand's connected to the body, right? So the sore starts to rot. Then the sore becomes cancerous. Then the cancer go into my bloodstream. Do my hand die? No. My whole body gonna die. Duh. And that's what America do. Rot a part of his own body, and that rotten part is gonna kill the whole country. Duh. Make it make some sense. Fix everybody's in the country. Make sure everybody's in the country doing well. That's it. And one of the problems in America is they don't do that. So then when they try to do something for blacks, the poor whites that they've overlooked get mad because they ain't been taking care of white Americans in this country, in Tennessee, in Kentucky, and in a lot of these states. White Americans is poor, undereducated, underemployed, and suffering. And nobody cares because they white. So they get overlooked. That's a fact. They get overlooked, they get mistreated more than anybody because the blacks could say, hey, we black. But the whites can't say, hey, we white. So they just be messed up. The opioid problem. Why you think Trump really going down there wild? It's a lot of reasons he want to take land and all that, but they ain't playing about the opioid problem in the fentanyl problem. Y'all know how many white Americans is being unalive with fentanyl? Man, you don't even want to know how them drugs is wiping them out. It's wiping them out. They do big drugs. Big drugs. Black Americans never did drugs as big as white America because you couldn't afford it. That is a fact. I was just hustling a little bit till my parents tried to save me. Took me out of public school, sent me to a Lutheran school in 7th, 8th grade. And when I went to a Lutheran high school, that's how I became the Don Dada. That's how I became a big dealer. Yes, I became a big dealer because I went to a Lutheran school with white kids and the white dudes had everything. And I was buying it from them and bringing it back to the black community where they didn't have nothing what I had. And I was the man as a freshman. A freshman in high school, I was the man. Because they didn't have tie stick. They didn't have hash. They didn't have all that, what I had. They didn't have all them different strains and stuff I had. You understand? The government is flying it in, but it ain't the official government. It ain't the official government. It's the unofficial government. So it's like when they caught that plane down there in Florida with all them legal substances in it, and the FBI came in to interrogate dude, right, Empress? The dude say, why y'all interrogating me? I work for y'all. So the FBI is like, what you mean you work for us? He like, how y'all gonna bring me in here and do all this when I work for y'all? So the FBI say, you don't work for us? He said, yes, I do. I work for y'all. I work for the government. They're like, what the hell is you talking about? He said, I work for y'all. They started getting information and found out that he was working for the government. The government was sneaking, taking the drugs from South America, bringing them to America, right? No, they was taking the drugs from the Contra from down in South and Central America. They was bringing up the sea and all that. They was selling it, right? They was giving them guns and then selling the guns to the Contra. That's the Iran Contra. So they was running illegal substances up through Florida and California, taking the substances, selling the substances, buying the guns, trading the guns with them, getting more substances back, sell that, back and forth. That's when Oliver North had to take the rap. And so this hand didn't know what this hand was doing. But dude exposed it down there in Florida. He said, why y'all harassing me? I work for y'all. They're like, work for us? What you talking about? But still, there's people bringing stuff in, and the government really don't be knowing everything. Like the government, if you knew how much the government don't know and how much the police don't know, it'll blow your mind. Because the whole thing with Big Brother, they push Big Brother to make you think they see everything, but in reality, they don't see much like you think. And so you'll say, well, the government letting them people come across the border, you're kind of right, because the people that let them in work for the government, but the part of the government they work for don't know they doing that. So like I'll work for the government and let people in, and they'll say the government doing it. Not really, because my bosses don't know I'm doing this. So yeah, in a way it's the government, but in a way it's not, because I'm not doing this officially as a government employee. I'm getting money under the table. So it's kind of like it's somebody in the government, but it's not officially the government, officially, which allows the government to decide when they want to be official and when they want to be unofficial too. So it do allow certain people, you know, like there's certain jobs in the government where you can't tell nobody. That's why I used to watch Mission Impossible, and they say if you get caught, we're gonna disavow any knowledge of you. So you do have teams that do stuff for somebody in the government, but that person in the government has not told the rest of the government. And there might be only one high ranking general that he reports to. So the rest of the government doesn't know what that general told this person to do, and then this person goes out and do stuff. That way, they keep the house clean because the house don't know what's going on. Only one person know what's going on. The rest of them have no idea. So when everything happened and everybody start pointing the finger at everybody, they like, no, we ain't got what you talking about. We ain't know nothing about it. Like, you lying. It came through this. We don't know. And they really don't. You know what I'm saying? You can't fix what was broken from the start. America was born on hate, destruction, and genocide. America must be returned to the first people of America, the indigenous natives. The indigenous natives was haters themselves because there was no indigenous natives. See, his brother did all this capital talk, don't know what he's talking about. The indigenous natives was fighting each other and hated each other. And there was no indigenous native. Shabaka, go get your knowledge together. The Sioux is the Sioux. The Comanche is the Comanche. The Apache is the Apache. They was not Native Americans. That's false information. They were their own individual tribes, and they did not know each other, nor did they get along. So your information is off. You can write in all capitals till you turn blue. You don't know what you're talking about. Mayans are not Aztecs. Aztecs are not Incas. Maya, Aztec, Incas. They are not Native Americans. They are Mayans. They are Aztecs and they're Incas. And they do not get along. And so if you know the history, you know one reason the white man could take this because they was fighting each other, and the white man would sell him guns that don't work good, and then he would use the guns that don't work good against the other ones and lose. And then America will come after both ones fight each other and wear themselves down. Then the Americans will come, the white Americans come and wipe out both sides. If you know the history, you know that. You know that the first thing, Shabaka Wakaja, Shabakaka, what's your name? Shabaka. Okay, Shabaka, you know that the first game that the white settlers played was funding the war between the different tribes in this country. The white man did not split them up. The white man did not conquer them. They conquered themselves first. Then he just stomped them out. You're supposed to know that. So when you say return this to the indigenous people, you don't know what you're talking about because there was no indigenous people that controlled this land. There was various tribes living on this land. Your information is incorrect. There were no indigenous people that ran this land. There was various tribes on this land that did not like each other and did not live around each other. You're from the area with trains and buses and stuff. But now, if you was in North Carolina and you was a tribe, you didn't know nothing about no tribe in Texas, not back in the 1700s before trains and buses and stuff. So how does a tribe in North Carolina know anything about a tribe in Texas back in the 1700s? Okay, checkmate. Y'all tell me how a tribe, right, in Virginia would know anything about a tribe in New Orleans back in the 1600s with no cars, no buses, no nothing. They don't even know they over there. They don't even know how to get over there. They don't even know there's an over there. So this idea that somebody took something from this great grand people that had this land is all false. Some of them people was from up north. Them the ones look more like Eskimos. The ones that look like Eskimos that was like a off whitish with a little tan, they came from up north. Alaska, Canada up there. Then you had the Inca looking ones. Then you had the Mayan looking ones. Then you had the Aztec looking ones. Then you had the ones that took canoes and stuff from the Caribbean. Then you had the ones came up from Brazil. You had different people here. A lot of different people here. They wasn't the same. They was not the same people. That's why they was fighting. See, when I was a shorty, I used to be like, why the Indians was fighting each other? Because I thought they was Indians. It wasn't until I studied where I found out, oh, they was fighting each other because they wasn't Indians. They was not the same people. Apaches have nothing to do with Sioux. Sioux have nothing to do with the other tribe. You understand? He said the Europeans brought the weapons of mass destruction. They didn't do nothing that nobody else wouldn't have did. Everybody else would have did the same thing. The Europeans had an advantage because the Chinese was taking gunpowder, shooting it in the sky, and the Europeans said, we can shoot this sideways. And so they were smart. If it wasn't for the Chinese giving it to them, why you don't blame the Chinese? The Chinese the ones showed them gunpowder. Now, I would say, how you gonna be mad at the white man because he's pointed sideways? Why the Chinese didn't point it sideways? They had it first. So if the Chinese had it first and showed to them it was slipping, and they said instead of shooting up like this, we can shoot this way. Because the Native Americans had to get guns because they couldn't win hand-to-hand combat against no Africans in the Africans' land. See, you got to tell the story correct. When the Europeans came to Africa, they can't bring the whole Europe with them. So it's going to be less dudes, right? Right? You understand? So when the explorers or when the European conquerors come, they can't bring the whole Italy with them. So you got less men coming into a territory with a lot of y'all. So they used the gun to equalize all these people while they was in these people's land. This is what really happened. Now, when you real emotional, Shabaka, then you really can't learn nothing once you get your mind stuck. You know what I'm saying? You understand? So because he had to come down to somebody else's territory where he gonna be outnumbered, he had to devise a way to be able to offset being outnumbered, being in somebody else's land. So he created the Gatling gun. And he created the Gatling gun, and he used the Gatling gun to to be able to go in these lands and take what he wanted to take, which is the same thing everybody was doing. If they could have, the Moors went in Europe and conquered the Europeans. Oh, you don't want to talk about that. I could have swore the Moors went in there up there and conquered the Europeans and ran that for like 700 years. I could have swore. The Moors didn't conquer Europe and went up there. You know what I'm saying? So they had to use rifles and everything to be able to fight the onslaught of the Africans invading. But everybody did that. Everybody was conquering if they could conquer you. The Moors ruled Europe for like 700 years. What's the difference? I mean, I don't know. What's the difference? Why are you making the white man worse than everybody else? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It took hundreds of years to invade Africa. No, it didn't. The Greeks, the Romans invaded Africa, and that was the beef over Cleopatra. What you talking about? They invaded Africa right after they crucified Christ. What you talking about? You don't study, bro. You need to go study. You ain't looking too smart. When the Romans went there, they ain't had no guns. What you talking about? So they had guns when they captured Cleopatra and took her back to Europe? Bro, you gotta go study. I respect you trying to say a little stuff, but you gotta go study. This is the big leagues, bro. This big Pharaoh, like, bro, you really gotta bring it. You really gotta bring it. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? You gotta study, bro. When you see Christ being crucified, that was a black area. That was the Romans already conquered the black Israelites. It show you they captured Samson. Samson was a black dreadlock, said 7 dreads. They captured Samson. The Galatians and all that, they been fighting, bro. What are you talking about? People been fighting before, bro. People been fighting before guns. The Romans been conquering before they had guns, man. When the Romans conquered the Hebrew Israelites, they ain't had no guns. I don't know what you're talking about. When they was nailing all them people to the crosses, they ain't had no guns, bro. Yeah, it was the black that helped Christ carry the cross, yeah. But that was the invasion. That was them headed from Italy. Think about it. They from Italy. What was they doing in Israel? The whites brought destructions, others came in peace. The Moors didn't come in peace. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You gotta go study. Like I say, bro, and stop writing in capitals. I'm gonna get you out of here. Stop writing in capitals, bro. Stop writing in capitals over here being disrespectful. Just because you writing in capitals don't mean you know nothing, bro. You ain't study, bro. Go study. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go study, you know? The whites learned how to fight from fighting whites. It had nothing to do with blacks. They didn't learn all that conquering and stuff had nothing to do with us. That didn't have nothing to do with us, the way they was fighting. That had something to do with them fighting each other for all them years. And increasing their skills, their military skills. That didn't have nothing to do with black people. That's false too. That's false. That's false information. That's 100% false information. Whites became better at fighting from fighting each other. That's how they became better at fighting. Not from not from invading black people. That's false. That's false. Whites became better at fighting from fighting whites. Go watch The Last Kingdom, bro. All of these fightings, and everybody on this picture is white, bro. And it's all whites fighting whites. Oh, you blocked him? Hell no. They wasn't engineered to war with us. That's false too. That's false. No, they didn't bring mass killing and mass destruction of people everywhere. People was fighting way before the Europeans, brother. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't think you know what you're talking about. That's all false information. Yeah, he constantly doing capitals. You know, bro, one thing about it, you disrespectful. You're not a respectful person. And you're not really worth being listened to because you disrespectful. And I already told you I don't know what you're talking to. I gotta get you out of here, bro, because you ain't got no respect. You ain't got no self respect. And when you don't got no respect, who want to listen to you? How you gonna talk about somebody not being about nothing and you disrespectful? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, come back tomorrow. You disrespectful, bro. Nobody want to listen to you. And the thing about it, we don't even know if you're black. Nowadays with social media, y'all, he might not even be black. He could be an Asian. He could be anybody just trolling. But you don't definitely don't know what he's talking about. The reason whites look more violent because they had more practice at war amongst each other, but everybody was still having war. But they went through a period where they was warring a whole lot, and they learned how to increase their uh, warrior skills based on what the other side would do. Because back then, the other side would outdo you, and then you had to come up with a way next time you see them, you could protect yourself from that. So next time they come, you win, and then they try to figure out how to overdo what you came up with. He said FBA is traded to Africa. He just talking. You know what I'm saying? He probably is a bot, just saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, pretty much. But the fact I could teach off of some of the stuff he was saying was cool. What's your name, King Matt God? I think you another troll too. I don't really got time. I don't really got time with you. Uh, I don't got time with you today, bro. Maybe you'll find somebody want to listen to you. King Matt the God. Somebody might listen to you, but not me. Sometimes it could be bots, it could be sometimes it's young brothers trying to test out their philosophy. You know, you be young like that, you get a little philosophy, you try to test it out. And then when somebody come and shut down your test, what shows if you're a real scholar, you can see flaws in your game, and then you'll just stand down and you'll go rebuild your stuff. But if you ain't really built like that, then what you're gonna do, you're gonna keep pushing your whack ideology, even though it been chin checked. You know what I'm saying? And that make the difference between those who's gonna be real scholars and those that's gonna have to go holler. You know what I'm saying? Because a real scholar, when they see somebody say something and they see a chink in the armor, they're gonna stand down. They're gonna go and upgrade their information. They ain't gonna just keep going. So them dudes, they don't have no scholarship. They know very little about the wars between the Africans. They know very little about the wars between the Ethiopians and the Egyptians. Those were some serious wars. You know, they don't know about the wars in the continent. They don't go that far back in history, you know what I'm saying? So that's why they be saying crazy stuff. They ain't really well studied, you know what I'm saying? So they don't really know nothing about the they don't know nothing about the ancient wars back in these days. They don't know about these wars. They don't even know about this map. But these were serious wars. Serious. They was fighting a lot. They was fighting. You know what I'm saying? And the Europeans lost a lot and had to go and upgrade their military and come back. Like Italy. Italy lost against Ethiopia, against Menelik. Italy lost. Say, brother, you don't know nothing. Italy lost against Menelik. And then they went, and that's when they upgraded their weaponry to tanks and stuff like that and came back. But still, when they came back, they did some damage under their new ruler. They did some damage, but their weaponry still failed them. So they didn't really do that well because the tanks couldn't, and all that stuff couldn't work good on that terrain. That was under Mussolini. And so even though he went and got upgrade weapons, they couldn't really function on the terrain. Tanks was turning over, getting stuck in the mud, and then all his army got bit by mosquitoes and the whole military got malaria. And a whole bunch of Italians died. So when Mussolini got back to Italy, they ripped all his flesh off of him and hung him. Because they lost all their relatives down in Ethiopia for nothing. Basically. But the situation in the United States, that was just based off the people. Other people was fighting already. And they just took advantage of it. They didn't really conquer these people. They came in and manipulated these people was already fighting each other. Go look it up. They were supplying weapons to this side while this side fight that side. If they like this side better, they'll sell this side guns that don't work. The Europeans will sell this side guns that don't work and this side guns that do work. But they wasn't pushing them on them. These people was begging them for the guns. You know what I'm saying? Hannibal went and he stormed Italy. But when Hannibal, I'm glad you brought it up, because when Hannibal was going to fight Italy, the Moors snaked him. And the Moors left. Because one of the Moors, Hannibal wouldn't allow him to marry his daughter. So the Moors left and went up to another part of Europe and helped and built that and fought them. But they didn't even fight with Hannibal. They broke away. He went up there still and won, but the Moors chickened, or they ain't chicken out. They just got mad because the leader wanted to marry his daughter. He didn't want to marry. He wanted to marry his daughter. So the Moors went up and invaded on their own. They didn't go in there with Hannibal. That's when they first became Moors. That's when they broke away. There was no Moors until they broke up with Hannibal. The Moors don't be knowing no history. They just be the people. When they have a belief system, they make the history fit their belief system. So the Moors like to bend the history to fit their belief system. See what I'm saying? But they was nobody till they broke away from Hannibal. And then there wasn't no Moors. So the Moors' history, they be lying, because technically there wasn't no Moors, because once the Moors went up there and they called them Moors, they started calling anybody black a Moor, right? So the Moorish history is all confused, because you don't know the difference between the ones that was that and the ones that got called Moors just because in Europe they started calling anybody black Moors. So when you read the history and you say the Moors this and more, that's not necessarily those Moors that invaded like that. Those are people that Europeans call Moors just because they was black. So it's really hard to know who they talking about when you read no books about Moors. Do they mean a group of Moors, or do they mean Moors as in black people? The Moors never explained that part. The difference between those that was really called Moors and those that was just called Moors once the word meant black. Because the word meant black. So if they calling these black people Moors, that's technically not a group. That's an identity that Europeans called you. But that don't mean you was a Moor just because they call you Moor. Are we Negroes? So when somebody read a book and they say Negroes, are they going to later say the Negroes was a group? No, it was no group of Negroes. So they're going to say the Negroes, would they say the Negroes fought the coloreds and the black Americans? Because if they read in the future, they might get Negroes, black Americans, and coloreds, right? They might get that mixed up. You understand? So when you look back at history, you don't know who was calling who what. So you can easily get a misinterpretation by these words. You understand? Because just because it say this word in this book and it say this word in this book, it doesn't mean they're using it the same way. You understand? That's the part you got to know. So imagine they mess up the history now. It's great earthquakes and stuff. And at the end, they find some books, and they find a book here and they find a book there. And one book say Negroes, and one of them say Black Americans. They find another book and they say African Americans. They find another book say Foundational Black Americans. Them people in the future might say them is different people. They might say the Negroes was there And the black Americans was there. You know what I'm saying? In the future, well, this is one thing we learn when we really master history. We got to learn that there's going to be misinterpretations because people in the future not never getting the whole story. That's what you learn when you become a master teacher. You learn that a lot of this stuff is easily misinterpretations. Easily. So when somebody give you the exact Moors and say Moors, they don't know what they're talking about because Moors wasn't necessarily Moors. Moors could have been any black people, could have been identified as Moors because the word Moor, black meant Moor. If you was black, you was a Moor in some places. That don't mean you was a Moor. You understand? But a lot of the Moors act like every word that say Moor really mean a group, and it don't. It don't. You understand? Because Moor was a group, but there was also a term to describe blacks because there were so many black Moors in Europe that it became synonymous with black. So now any black they see, they call it a Moor. And so now when you read the books, you see more, and you don't know which ones was Moors and which ones was just called Moor because they was black. How you know which one? You know what I'm saying? How you know? That's why a lot of that ancient history, I don't like teaching it because you'll have young people twisting their mind over some shit 200 years ago and they got their shit together today. And that's why history becomes dangerous because history becomes a distraction. And history is this way, and your eyes is that way, and your feet is that way. And we want our children to think about the future. We don't give a damn what happened back then. The hell we care. Know what I'm saying? Think about it. History is trash. It's the worst thing you could study. You understand? Because it do nothing for you to know this stuff. If I know that this brother went and taught the Ethiopians, what can I do with that? Nothing. It's just knowledge that ain't worth shit. Think about it. What's it worth? You know what I'm saying? So we get to the point, all right, what we doing? You can only know this from studying a lot of history like me. And then you study all this stuff, but it ain't applicable. It's like, okay, now that I know all this shit, what can I do with it? Nothing. Not really. Even if it's the truth, there's nothing you can do with it because that's over with. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Think about it. There's nothing you can do with it. It just becomes like what's something you do just for the fun of it? That's what it ends up being. Think about it. It'd be like something you know it's cute, but as far as in your life, apply it. You can't. You can't apply it in life. So then the question is how much you want to be studying something that's not applicable. Hell, that ain't at that point. It's no different than me sitting there talking about once upon a time there were 3 bears, mama bear, papa bear, and baby bear. Same shit, different toilet. And Little Red Riding Hood came. It's a great story. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference? You can't apply that. You can't apply none of that. So, you know, when I talk about that kind of stuff, I have to kind of step on it if I talk about it and tell everybody, look, and this ain't important what we're going to talk about. We just chilling. So don't put this, when I talk about history, I have to let people know this is not important. We just doing this for fun. We just having fun. This is nothing you should be trying to memorize. Listen to me, young people. The more unapplicable stuff you memorize, the less important things you're going to be able to remember. That's why so many old people got Alzheimer's and dementia, because they done filled up their memory bank with a bunch of bullshit, and now they can't even remember their granddaughter's name because you done remember too much junk. You see what I'm saying? That ain't worth nothing. They should take history out to schools. The idea that you got to know your history to get somewhere is bullshit. To get somewhere, you got to know how to make some money. If you don't know how to make no money, you can't get nowhere because you got to pay bus fare. And if you ain't got no bus fare, you can't get nowhere. If you ain't got no money for a taxi, you can't get nowhere. If you can't pay no car note and you ain't got no gas, can't buy no gas, where you gonna get somewhere? If we really talk about getting somewhere. Unless you talk about make-believe getting somewhere, but if you're talking about really getting somewhere from A to B, you're going to need some knowledge on how to make some money. You're going to have to know some survival skills. You're going to know how to know stuff like how to start a fire, okay? How to make a lantern, how to eat, how to cook food. Like you're going to have to know real tangible stuff. You don't even need to know who did something back in 1517. Who gives a damn about dude back in 1517? Irrelevant. Take that shit out to school. They need to take history out to school. All I want my children to learn is math, reading, science. That's what I want them to learn. Engineering, robotics. I don't want them to know who did nothing in 1749. You know what I'm saying? I know all that stuff is worthless. That's why when people learn history, the only way they can make some money is they write a history book and sell it to us. Because without writing a history book, they can't make $1 off of that information. That's why your eyes is this way. If history was important, your eyes would be back here. Your feet would be turned this way. All right? And you'd be walking like that. You're going that way, right? So what's important? That way or that way? It's very, very much useless. You could learn it, but you know, I just keep it real. I'm not supposed to do this because we live in a world where I'm supposed to be trying to look smart. And a lot of people get mad at me because I don't be trying to look smart. Because I don't be sending y'all, I don't be spinning y'all with all the super smart philosopher and scholar. I don't do all that. I just tell my people the facts. And I feel like this. If you do something and you're pushing something, let's say you push it for 20 years, and on the 21st year, you find out this ain't it. But you got all these writings and all this information where you said this. You still need to change what you said and say, oh, that's out of here. Now I'm saying this. And what happens with a lot of people, they so stuck on what they said that even when they find out what they said is outdated and not necessarily necessary, they'll still stick with it because they trying to uphold their reputation. I didn't change many things I used to say. And I'll tell you it's trash now. It is what it is. And once you realize it's trash, is you a real man, is you a real woman, can stand on the fact that what you're saying is obsolete and not beneficial? Because a lot of times you can't realize something not beneficial until you've been dealing with it for 20, 30 years and see the shit ain't benefited you. That shit ain't benefited me no history shit. I ain't got no money from history. I got money from bagging shit up. I got money from a beeper. I got money from playing music. I got money from selling products, manufactured products, set up websites. That's how I got money. I ain't got no damn money for no history. All my money came from setting up websites, hustling, having products for sale. That's how I got all my money. That's how I ate. I didn't never eat off history a day of my damn life. I did sell T-shirts that had historical figures and stuff on it, if you want to look at that. But that shit don't pay. How much money you gonna make with history? You want to hear history? That's why Pharaoh El-Aton said he over there busting and disgusted trying to sell that trash ass videos he got. That nobody wants to see that old ass shit. No AI videos about no Egyptian AI fake old ass Egyptian comedic bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Then you go broke. Now you over here doing gossip and shit so you can make some YouTube money. Cause ain't none of that black stuff standing on nothing. So now Pharaoh El-Aton said he turned into a weak gossiper. He might stop now since I've been standing on his neck. He was over there doing gossip. Man, Diddy, the Diddy movie, man, you know what I'm saying? Fell all the way off. You know what I'm saying? Take a couple shots at him. You know what I'm saying? Fell off. I ain't talking about nothing. No, bro. Nobody want to buy them old ass comedic videos, bro. You know what I mean? Nobody want to watch them old ass Sonetta shit, bro. Sonetta washed, you washed, Polite washed, y'all washed, boy. You know what I'm saying? This is Big Pharaoh, 2026 coming. Boy, y'all washed. Nobody want to hear none of that. These shorties out there want to know how they can get out these streets and make something happen. Boy, I really be outside with the BDs and GDs and Blackstones and Vice. Boy, I really be outside. I just don't be filming because that's snitching in the hood. So I can't be filming the guys. They don't want to be on film, but I be outside. I'm into the future. You see these symbols? We bringing these into the future. We not honoring no Ankh back then. We dealing with the Ankh now, meaning we want life now. The Ankh don't represent life way back in ancient Kemet. The Ankh represent life now, life. Them people dead. So the Ankh don't represent them. The Ankh represent y'all, represent me, life today. The scarab mean I'm born, I birthed myself. I'm my deity. You know what I'm saying? I born myself. I fix myself. We doing now. This is cool a little bit, but I don't feel it's cool when our people ain't really up on the new technology. We don't have our own websites. We don't have our own automobile. We ain't building our own trucks. We barely building our own housing. We don't got our own electronics. We don't have our own phone. We don't have our own way to play music. Everything we do, we got to use their stuff. I got this camera on top of this laptop. We don't make it. I got this phone. We don't make it. I got this dynamo printer to send off my products. We don't make it. I got this microphone. We don't make it. What we make? Black people. What do we make? Look around your house. What did your people make? Your stove? No. Your refrigerator? No. Your microwave? No. Your heater? No. Your air conditioner? No. Your car? No. What did your people make? I could give my thoughts on future brother. You know, I'll be outside, so we don't talk about. We don't talk about. I don't talk about cases. I don't talk about no cases. I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about no cases. I don't know if y'all noticed that. You never see me talk about no cases. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing. Of course, you know I've seen it, but I don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's limited. You're supposed to say. So why get y'all on there to watch it? And I can. You know what I'm saying? Joshua, it's only limited things I can say, so it'll be a boring live stream because I can't really say no. It's an open case, and in the hood, if you're repeating the case, you talking too much. So if you get on there and his brother was arrested here and there and there, and they said, see, no, you know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. So a lot of cases I don't do. I'll do court after when you're in court. I will do a court case while you're in court. That's fair. But before you go to court, I don't know nothing. And then when I get to court, I'm only gonna repeat what they saying in court. I'm not gonna put my, you know what I'm saying? I ain't doing no police work. You in court, and this is what they saying. But that's got to be televised. If you want to keep up with them, Seti Nash do all that. That's our man for court. That's who we watch to break down court cases and stuff like that. Because Seti know how to do it in a way where he ain't snitching. He just telling the paperwork. So I watch Seti Nash to keep up with all the court cases. That's my man, Seti. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they read all that stuff and be broke because, you know, that's a whole video right there. Money is fleeting. You know what I'm saying? So you can get a lot of money and then go broke. And then you could get a lot of money again and you could go broke. So money is a weird thing. You understand? Money is weird. So money's not a thing where money's not a thing where you're ever clear unless you got millions and millions of dollars. But other than that, any other money you got, if you get ahead of yourself, you will end up back broke. Because it takes a certain amount of money to ensure you never be broke again. And that's a lot of money. So most of these dudes that get some money, they jump the gun and then they still be broke. The way the cost of living is and the way this thing is set up, you could $200,000, $250,000 ain't nothing. If you got $250,000 and a good job, if you lose that job, that's gonna go down. Boom, 200,000, 175, 150, 175,000, 50,000, 25,000. That's how that's gonna go. Then it's gonna go 25, 24, 22. It's going toop, 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 broke. Just like that. Anybody tell you that? So broke, you know, I should do a whole video on like broke is no big deal. Don't ever be ashamed of being broke. Broke is nothing. Being broke is no big deal. That's the internet that make you think being broke is being broke is no big deal. If you're a real gangster, if you're a real hustler, being broke is nothing. It's not a big deal. It's no mark on you because you broke. That's a fake. That's not realistic. And a lot of dudes getting money don't want to talk about that. And maybe I'll just do a whole live on that. What time is it? It's 1 a.m. I'll just come back and talk about that. I'll talk about being broke because being broke, you shouldn't be ashamed to be broke. You know what I'm saying? So we'll talk about that. Let me set up another live. I'll come back. I'll talk about how you shouldn't be ashamed of being broke. All right. Y'all stay positive and don't let nothing on social media get you all emotional. Stay focused on what you got to do, and don't let none of this stuff get you emotional and push foundational Black American as a lineage. That's what we're doing right now. Yes, we want reparations, but to get reparations is going to be lineage based. So it's very important right now to push lineage as we're pushing reparations because it's still going to get back down to lineage and you're going to have to start collecting your lineage. So at least you got enough information for them to find your relatives in the 1800 census because they're going to have to find your relatives in the 1800 census in order to issue you your reparation. So find out who great grandma and great grandpa and great great grandma on both your mother and father's side. Find as far as you could go back and begin to save it straight up and support the channel.